Noswaith dda, croeso pawb. Good evening, welcome. Before we begin, may I advise of a few housekeeping points? This meeting will be live streamed and archived for future viewing via the Council's website. Can I ask all members that mics and cameras are switched off until you are invited to speak? For remote attendees, should you wish to speak, would you please indicate by using the raise hand function? Please also ensure that you are familiar with the simultaneous Welsh translation controls on your screen. For members present in the chamber who wish to speak, please raise your hand physically, and when invited by myself to speak, press your microphone button firmly and wait for the unit to respond. Please also ensure that your Welsh translation device is switched on and ready for use. Please also ensure that all debate is raised verbally and not via the remote chat function for the sake of the recording. With regard to voting on recommendations, if there's no dissent to a recommendation, I will accept the silence as agreement. If an electronic vote is called for during the course of the meeting, then advice on how to participate will be provided at that time. We'll move on to agenda item 1, apologies for absence. I am aware of Elliot Penn prior to the meeting. Councillor Burnett.
Can I give apologies for Councillor Howard Hamilton, please, Mayor?
Thank you. Agenda item 2. I'll now ask the Chief Exec to take the roll call and any declarations of interest.
Thank you, Mayor. Before going through the roll call and asking for declarations, can I just advise members of a couple of matters? Item 11F, which relates to the pay policy. All chief officers will need to withdraw from the meeting at this point, whether they are here in the chamber or attending virtually. And for those attending virtually, Democratic Services colleagues will email them to advise when they can rejoin at the appropriate point. Secondly, there's a motion for debate this evening under item 7, changes to state pension age for women, and advice has been circulated earlier this afternoon from the monitoring officer, and I know some members have also sought advice on this issue beforehand, and I know many will be declaring an interest and withdrawing from the meeting. In essence, the consideration for members is as follows. If any member is affected by anything positive which comes out of the campaign, including payment of compensation, a decision may be seen as affecting a member's well-being or financial position, or that of any person who lives with them or with whom the member has a close personal association. If a member considers they have a personal interest, then in the circumstances and given the motion, it is likely that this would be a prejudicial interest. And on declaring a personal and prejudicial interest, the member should ordinarily leave the meeting and take no part in discussions. So I hope that is useful for members to consider if you haven't done so already. So on that note, I will turn to the roll call. And can I start, please, with Councillor Anne Asprey? Councillor Asprey present?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but we can't see you, Councillor Asprey.
If I put the camera on, the Wi-Fi goes off. Can I just chit?
There we are. We can see you and hear you.
Okay, I'll try if it goes off. Present and declaring for item 7 that I am a woman impacted by state pension inequality. The council is not making a decision regarding payment tonight, so I would like to stay and vote on this item.
Yeah, well, I hear what you say, and it is a matter for you to consider.
Okay.
So if you feel that you are able to stay, then you can stay. I think the advice is it's probably safer not to, but it is ultimately a matter for yourself.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Julie Aviat.
President, I'd like to declare interest in 3 items. Agenda item 7, personal and prejudicial. I am a lady of that age, so I will be leaving the room. And on item 7, 11E as well, that's personal but not prejudicial, as I'm a tenant of the council. And 11F, the pay policy as a member of my family is an employee of the council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Gareth Ball.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Rhiannon Birch.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Bronwyn Brooks.
Present, and I'd like to declare an interest in item 7, which is the motion for the change of state pension age for women. I've got a personal and prejudicial interest as I would be a WASPy woman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gillian Bruce.
Present. I'd like to declare on 11 as I have a personal family member who's a member of the council, who's an employee of the council. Sorry, I'm getting all muddled up here. The other thing is I don't know about anything at all about 7. And I don't know whether to declare on it or not. I don't know anybody that's involved in it. So I don't know what to do.
First things first, Councillor Bruce, are you able to turn your camera on?
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
There we are. Thank you. Thank you. We can see you now.
Yes.
Okay. My guess is, from what you're saying, is that if you do not know anyone affected by item 7, then you do not need to declare an interest. It's as simple as that.
I don't know anything at all about it whatsoever.
That is slightly different.
Exactly.
I guess, again, it's the same as advice as earlier. It really is a matter for yourself to consider it. At this late stage, it's very difficult to give you advice to your specific circumstances.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's it. I have no idea.
Okay.
Nobody's ever discussed it with me.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Buckley, Ian Buckley.
Good evening. I'd like to declare Agenda 11F. I've got dispensational from the Standards Committee to speak and to vote on this matter.
Thank you very much. Councillor Liz Burnett.
Present, and I'd like to declare on agenda item 7. I am also a woman of that age, which, for clarification, in case Councillor Bruce is interested, is born between April 1950 and April 1960. I also have close family members in that category as well. I feel it's a personal and prejudicial interest, as I would benefit should a letter to the government cause a rethink. So therefore, I said it is personal and prejudicial. I will withdraw from the meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Samantha Campbell.
Present and nothing to declare.
Thank you. Councillor George Carroll.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Christine Cave. Okay, we'll come back. Councillor Charles Champion.
Present. With regard to 11F, last year I had dispensation to talk and vote, but she's since left the council, so it's no longer an issue.
Thank you. Councillor Janice Charles.
Present, and I am a WASPy, so I have a personal and prejudicial interest in this particular one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Millie Collins.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Marianne Cowp.
Microphone, please.
Sorry, can you hear me now? I'm present, and I do have to declare an interest in the motion about WASPy, because I am a WASPy woman. I don't believe it's a prejudicial interest. I believe that I would be able to make an impartial decision. I would also like to say this is not about changes to the state pension age. The WASPy women have not got any argument with the changes to the state pension age. This is about letting women know well in advance so that they could make...
Councillor Cow, can I just ask if you've got interest in it or not? Because the time to debate it will be at the motion.
Yeah, I have declared an interest, but I think it's an interesting debate because...
Yeah, we're not on the debate at the moment.
Okay.
So, sorry.
I'm staying in the room.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Pamela Drake.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Vince Driscoll. Councillor Driscoll, can you hear me? We'll come back. Councillor Anthony Ernest.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Robert Fisher. Councillor Robert Fisher, please. I'm going to take advantage and go back to Councillor Christine Cave because there we are. Councillor Cave.
Yes, present, and I'd like to declare on agenda item 7, and I will leave the meeting and hopefully be able to rejoin with the same connection once I'm notified that I can come back into the meeting.
Thank you very much. Councillor Robert Fisher. No. Councillor Chris Franks.
Present, and I declare an interest in agenda item 7 by virtue of the fact that I have a family connection who would benefit, and I'll be withdrawing from the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wendy Gilligan.
Hi, President. I'd like to declare on item agenda 7. I am not a WASPy woman myself, but I have close family members who are and could be of benefit. So personal and prejudicial interest on their behalf, on behalf of my sister and sister-in-law. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Russell Godfrey. Oh, your microphone isn't on, Councillor Godfrey. We'll come back, Councillor. I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you, but we can't see you. Yeah, we can see you and hear you now.
Can I say, first of all, Councillor Driscoll is trying to connect. He's having a few problems.
Thank you.
With the IT, but he is there. Can I clarify on this item 7? My wife is between the years that the leader mentioned, but she's already in receipt of a pension, so she's not in any contentious. So do I have to withdraw from the meeting?
Yeah, it's a matter for you, Councillor Godfrey, to make a judgment on it.
Okay, that's no problem. But I'm present and nothing to declare other than that then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Emma Goodjohn. Can you hear us? Well, rather me, Councillor Goodjohn.
Just got a mess around.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you. Can you?
And an intro item. I am at Grand Standards Committee.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you to repeat that.
Thank you. I'd like to interest on an item.
Can we have we're going to come back, okay? We'll come back to Councillor Goodjohn. Councillor Owen Goodjohn.
Mr. Nola Dimby, you're that again.
Diolch, thank you. Councillor Stephen Haynes, please.
Good evening, Rob. I'm present and nothing to declare.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sally Hanks.
Present, Rob, and can I declare a personal and prejudicial interest in agenda item 7, and I will leave the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor William Hennessy.
Yeah, no, we're waiting. Yeah, I'd like to declare on present, and I'd like to declare on 11E that I'm a council tenant.
Thank you. Councillor Nick Hodges.
E. Present, nothing to declare.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mark Hooper.
Presennol a dim byd datgan.
Councillor Gwyn John.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Ian Johnson.
Presennol.
I'd like to declare 11E, the proposed budget. I'd like to declare an interest because of associated matters with the Jenner Park and community centres. I have a right to speak and to vote from the Standards Committee. I'd also like to note in relation to item 7 that I have a member of the family of the relevant age. I will remain to vote and speak on that item. And I'd also like to note, just for interest, how many people are declaring interest in this regard, which would probably be quite a substantial number of councillor members or people belonging to those members. And it would be quite a significant percentage of the population in Vale of Glamorgan also being impacted. Thank you.
Did I? Councillor Susan Lloyd-Selby, please. You're muted, Councillor Selby.
Apologies, present, and I'd like to declare a personal and prejudicial interest in agenda item 7, personally impacted, and also have family members who are impacted by the WASPI issue. So I will leave the meeting for that agenda item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Belinda Lovelock-Edwards.
Present and nothing to declare.
Okay. Councillor Julie Lynch-Wilson.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Kevin Marnie.
Yeah, present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Naomi Marshalsea.
Presennol a dim byd datgan.
Councillor Michael Morgan.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Jane Norman.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Helen Payne.
Presennol, and I'd like to declare on item 7, personal, not prejudicial, but I have a family member who will be impacted by WASPI. And also I have dispensation on item 11F, the pay policy, but that family member no longer works for the Vale of Glamorgan Council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Sandra Perks.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Ian Perry.
Hello, good evening. Almost nodded off then, sorry. Yes, I'm present, and being Generation X and male, I've got nothing to declare.
Thank you. Councillor Joanna Prythro.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Ruba Sivinianum.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Carys Stallard.
Yn bresennol a dim byd o ddatgan.
Councillor Neil Thomas.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Rhys Thomas.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Steffan William.
Presennol a dim byd i'w ddatgan.
Okay, Councillor Margaret Wilkinson.
Present, and I'd like to declare an item 11E and 11F. 11E is I have not been given the I can vote on it, but I have a code of conduct because I'm a council tenant, but I've been allowed to vote on it. And item 11F is the pay policy. I have a son that works for the council, so I've had standards committee and they allow me to vote.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Eddie Williams.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Mark Wilson.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Nicholas Wood.
Present and nothing to declare.
And apologies, I inadvertently missed Councillor Catherine Iannucci Williams off the list earlier.
Thank you. Present, nothing to declare.
Thank you. I'm just going to go back to check if Councillor Vince Driscoll is now connected. Okay. Councillor Robert Fisher as well, please.
Councillor Fisher is running late. He hopes to join the meeting, but if he is unable to do so, could we please record his apologies?
Okay, thank you. And finally, I'm going to go back to Councillor Emma Goodjohn, please. Hi, Councillor Goodjohn, we can see you. We could see you.
She can speak now.
We can see you again. Can you hear me?
Does she want to write in the chat?
Can you hear me now, Councillor Goodjohn? No. There's no point asking. She can't hear me. We'll try and see if we can help get you connected, and we'll do the same with Councillor Driscoll as well. Okay, you'll be pleased to know at 6:27 that concludes the roll call.
I have a dispensation.
Councillor Driscoll, can you hear me? I think your microphone is turned off.
I think he may have connected and put his headset in after he's connected.
No, I can't hear you, Councillor Driscoll. I think it's an issue with your headphones if you can hear me. I think you've connected your headphones after connecting to the meeting, possibly. You're probably going to have to leave and reconnect. Thank you. Councillor Emma Goodjohn, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Have you? I can see that you're present. Do you have any matters to declare?
Yes.
Okay.
11E. I have dispensation to speak and vote on community centres.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we will.
Thank you.
Can you hear me, Rob?
We can hear you, Councillor Driscoll.
Marvellous. They're great contraptions, these, aren't they? Thank you.
Do you, well, whilst I've got you, Councillor Driscoll, do you have any matters to declare?
Oh, no, I forgot about that. No, nothing to declare.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. That concludes the roll call.
Thoroughly enjoyable roll call. Thank you, Chief Exec. Let's move on to agenda item 3. Is Council happy to approve the minutes of the meetings held on the 2nd of December 2024 and the minutes of the 3 special meetings on the 13th of January, 2025, as presented? No dissent, great. The minutes are approved. Agenda item 4, announcements. I, as Deputy Mayor, have no announcements to make. Leader, do you have any announcements?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I do have a few announcements. I think
It's worth noting that since we last met, we've been notified of the passing of Lord David Ellis Thomas, and it's noting that he was the first presiding officer of the then Welsh Assembly in 1999. But more than that, he was a friend of local government and always fought for its constitutional place in the life of Wales. So just wanted to mention that, and perhaps we could have just a moment of reflection of that after the announcement. On Sunday, I was fortunate to be invited, along with a few other members of the council, to lay a wreath on behalf of the council at the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the Llandau air disaster, where 80 people lost their lives. It was really heartening to see representatives of Abercarn, Risca and Llanharan rugby clubs who lost members in that horrendous disaster, who have stayed in touch with the village and came along to pay their own tribute. And notably, Abercarn Rugby Club actually have an aeroplane propeller on their club badge and carry the colours of the other two rugby clubs on the shirts, on the sleeves of their rugby shirts. Again, if we could have a moment of reflection on that, but I did say that I would mention that they are currently fundraising to maintain that very valuable site. So if anybody wants to look up their Just Giving page, they'd be very, very grateful. And finally, I would like to provide some clarification. There's been some confusion in the media over the announcement on the plan for neighbourhoods by UK government. There was an initial announcement, but we subsequently found out there was no allocated funding for it. There was a subsequent announcement that it would be going ahead, but we had no prospectus. We didn't know what it would be based on and how that funding would look. That prospectus has now been made available, and I'm absolutely delighted to tell Council it is a far better fit with our proposed corporate plan. It fits with the concept of whole town regeneration that this council has taken forward over the last decade. And I will look forward to working with the independent board as we take forward what I hope will be some game-changing initiatives for the people of Barry. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. I understand that Councillor Birch also has an announcement.
Thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to everyone who pitched in to help after the recent fire at St Athan Primary School. There are so many people to mention here. The staff who oversaw an exemplary fire drill, all the children were out on the yard in less than 2 minutes. The library staff who immediately found alternative accommodation for the displaced classes. The volunteers from Morgan, Sindel and HLM who offered their help with logistics, setting up classrooms and moving furniture. The PTA who stepped in to support children and staff, even providing chocolate to the staff in the staff room on the first day back. The educational psychologists who arrived early in the process to reassure and counsel staff and children distressed by events, and members of the St Athan community. I must also thank our own staff at the Vale Council, from the Education Department and other departments, who worked tirelessly over half term, some of them giving up their time off, to ensure that provision was made for all the children to continue their education seamlessly in suitable surroundings. The school reopened last week and breakfast club started again today. This is a tribute to the people we employ, those with whom we work, and the members of our communities. I know you would like to join me in a vote of thanks to all concerned, staff, officers, and the St Athan community.
Councillor Lynch-Wilson.
I'd like to second that, please.
I see no assent. That is carried. Thank you, Councillor Birch. Chief Exec, do you have announcements?
Yes, please, if I may. I don't often use this slot to make any announcements, but I do want to make an exception on this occasion, if I can. Just There are a couple of items on the agenda this evening, and I just wanted to refer briefly to them. First of all, you have a report on Vale 2030, the Council's corporate plan, on item 11B. As members will be aware, this sets out our strategy for improving the well-being of Vale residents and communities over the next 5 years. The plan, as you will all know, has to cover statutory duties, such as the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, and the focus of that Act on improving the economic, cultural, environmental and social well-being of the Vale of Glamorgan. It also has to provide us with a framework to execute our obligations for performance under the Local Government and Elections Act. But what I want to stress is that for the Council and our staff in particular, it has a much wider purpose than that. It provides us with a focus on how we will work together across our teams and our communities, and is also important as part of our transformation journey looking ahead. And it has been subject to considerable engagement and consultation to get this point. I appreciate the plan and its content will be the subject of debate and discussion across the chamber tonight, and that is only right. There will be differences of opinion as to the direction set by the plan, and that is understandable and to be expected. But what I want to do against that context is I would not want that to diminish from the hard work and effort that has gone into producing the plan by officers of this organisation. I won't name any particular officers, but many have worked tirelessly over recent months to get us to this point tonight. And from my perspective, it is important that that work is recognised. So I'd like to say thank you to everyone who has shared their views and resulted in us being able to present Vale 2030 to Council tonight. Secondly, and very much linked to that report, is the item at 11A, which is the panel performance assessment of the Council and our response to that assessment. Members will know that this is a new requirement on local authorities, and I am proud that we are the third council in Wales to undergo the process. We deliberately selected the opportunity to go early in the process, given that we were constructing Vale 2030 and we were also looking at our transformation programme. It is testament to our staff that have worked on Vale 2030 and worked daily within the organisation that the panel concluded, and I just want to quote from the panel. The panel assessed the Vale of Glamorgan to be a good council within the current context of high service demand, operational pressures and resources. It is a values-based organisation with a good internal culture and solid external relationships. There is a clear commitment to delivering on the corporate plan, with a particular focus on prioritising the needs of vulnerable people. Staff are enormously proud to work for the council, and there is a strong sense of ambition for the future, unquote. The panel's work was rigorous and intensive, both when they were on site and in their preparations. And I wanted again to take this opportunity to thank all members who were involved in the assessment itself and in scrutinising the response at the Governance and Audit Committee, the many partners who contributed to the panel's work, and importantly, our staff in their response to the process before the on-site assessment, during it, and subsequently in formulating our response, and importantly, in the ongoing work that will follow in the months and years that follow. So diolch and thank you for your forbearance.
Thank you very much. Moving on to agenda item 5, questions from the public. We have not received any questions from the public this meeting. Agenda item 6. Motion submitted by Councillor Dr Ian Johnson and Councillor Cope to devolution of the Crown Estate. Councillor Johnson, would you like to present your motion, please? Councillor Hooper?
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me the chance to present this motion. This motion matters, and I therefore hope to see the motion supported from across the chamber this evening. Whilst the Council's payments to the Crown Estate runs into the hundreds of pounds per year, rather than other local authorities who pay many thousands. This motion matters to us as councillors concerned about financial resources. It matters to our residents who care about this issue. And it matters more broadly.
I'm very sorry to interrupt. The motion was submitted by Ian Johnson and Councillor Cope. Can you clarify that?
Sorry, are we confirming that there's something in the Constitution that says that it has to be moved by the two people who have written there? I thought that was something that was done by choice in previous years.
So is Councillor Hooper presenting this motion?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. This motion matters to us as councillors concerned about financial resources. It matters to our residents who care about this issue. And it matters more broadly to Wales in general, as our nation is once again the subject of being underpowered by Westminster. The Crown Estate in Wales controls about 50,000 acres of land and owns 65% of our foreshore and all of the seabed that's within 12 miles of the shoreline. The value of these core assets has been conservatively estimated at over £850 million. Those are 2023 figures, so this will have risen significantly since then and could well surpass £1 billion today. The profits generated from these assets will grow over time, especially as the seabed is used as a source of energy generation. It is anachronistic for these funds to be channeled to the King, even if much of it subsequently returns to the Treasury. Less, of course, 25% that contributes to the King's royal duties. This outdated position is unsustainable in a modern Wales and needs to change. The policy position to devolve the Crown Estate is supported publicly in Wales, including groupings here tonight. It's Welsh Labour's policy position. We'll come back to them in a minute. It's also a policy position that's seen some support from the Tory Senedd members in their more Welsh supporting moments. Labour's position in the Senedd is clear. They support the devolution of the Crown Estate. The First Minister has restated recently with unanimous support from the Senedd benches. Labour MPs, however, take a different view. Only last week, 24 Labour MPs voted against an amendment in the Commons to devolve this Crown Estate to Wales, with the 3 other members not voting. While it isn't my job to act as a negotiator between these two positions, this does represent an opportunity to follow other Labour-controlled councils to make Wales's position even clearer to their colleagues in Westminster. Incidentally, the 4 Plaid MPs and 1 Lib Dem MP supported the amendment. Which brings me on to my party's position. Plaid have held the position for some time that the Crown Estate should be devolved. Obviously, we'd go further, power devolved being nothing more than power withheld. But we'll leave that debate to another day. Perhaps on the 26th of April, when thousands will march through Barry calling for independence. You're all welcome, by the way. It's important to note that the public overwhelmingly support the devolution of the Crown Estate. In a recent poll, it was shown that 58% support this position. For those of us who take an interest in Poland, this is a huge show of support. It's difficult to envisage many other policy positions that show such public support, except, of course, for the NHS. There is also an issue of parity. Scotland has control of the Crown Estate since 2017. Last year's Scottish accounts show the revenues from the Crown Estate added over 100 million to the Scottish revenue budget. We're used to Scotland having more powers than Wales. They've shown the value of being the squeaky wheel. We all know that squeaky wheel gets the oil. So tonight, colleagues, let's add a Vale of Glamorgan squeak amongst others. Which brings me to my closing point. This is an issue of solidarity with other council colleagues in Wales. What started in Labour-run Swansea Council, incidentally with the same motion as we have tonight, has now expanded to 15 local authorities supporting this and similar motions. Every local authority that has debated the issue has supported devolution so far. This week, after this meeting, we also have Bridgend and Pembrokeshire councils debating the motion. I look forward to the debate and look to have a few minutes at the end to sum up. I urge members to back the motion. Diolch.
I would like to. I'd like to second that and reserve the right to speak later. Thank you.
No problem. Would anyone like to speak on this? Councillor Goodjohn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to start by agreeing with pretty much everything that Councillor Hooper has said there today. It's my opinion, and I hope it's the opinion of every councillor here today, that if you represent Welsh people, which we all do here today, then you will support the devolution of the Crown estate, which is a deeply unfair system at the moment where Welsh national resources are funneled to the Treasury and to the personal pocket of the monarchy. At the end of the day, this is a historic injustice of natural resources being exploited and taken from Wales. And at the end of the day, it is not a nationalist position in any way to seek historic justice to be righted. I think that everyone here today is representing Wales, even if there is little Crown estate in the Vale of Glamorgan itself. This is about supporting the Welsh Government, and this is about supporting the rest of Wales to right a wrong. I have seen in the Senedd members of every single party support the devolution of the Crown estate. I hope we can continue that here today. It's as simple as that, really. I hope it is unanimous today.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. This authority has many responsibilities and areas over which it has control. It's taken many controversial decisions in recent weeks. The issue of litter bins being removed from our communities is something that has been particularly controversial in my own ward. These are the issues that we should be debating as an authority. One thing that is not within our remit is the devolution of the Crown estates. It's not within this authority's power. Now, I note Councillor Hooper's opening remarks, and he talked of increased funds to Wales as a result of this policy being enacted, but that's simply not the case. If we look at Scotland, the power to devolve the Crown estate to Scotland was conferred by the Scotland Act 2016, and that power has, as Councillor Hooper said and Councillor Goodjohn alluded to, been devolved. But when that happened in Scotland, the block grant was cut proportionally by the same amount. So it did not mean more cash, and it will not mean more cash for Wales. And when we look at what this policy would actually involve and achieve, there's only one thing that it would do. It would give Labour Senedd ministers more power. And if we look at their record running our NHS, the longest NHS waiting lists in mainland Britain, if we look at their record with schools, thousands of Welsh pupils leave primary school unable to read. If we look at vital transport infrastructure projects that haven't happened, do we really say that giving them more powers is the way to deliver better public services, or will it simply put them under even more pressure? This is not something that I support, and it's not something that this authority should be discussing this evening. I shall be voting against.
Councillor Prothero.
Many thanks, Councillor Hooper, Cope and Johnson, for bringing this motion to Council tonight, and for supporting Welsh Labour's position in that we believe that the Crown estate should be devolved in Wales, as it is in Scotland, and I also believe in Northern Ireland. I too am impatient after the past 14 years that it's not been possible to progress, but after only a matter of months and no real justification for those profits raised from our wind farms and other projects from our land and sea to go back into the Treasury's coffers or to the monarchy, and not to be reinvested into further projects that benefit our communities here in Wales. And I understand that there have been early discussions at ministerial level between Welsh Government and Westminster. And whilst at the moment we might not be on the same page, I am confident that our ambition to have a devolved estate will be realised as our people want it, and so does our First Minister. So I am wholeheartedly in support of this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Sivanyanam.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to support this motion. It is anachronistic that the Crown Estates aren't devolved to Wales, and I'm very happy that you're supporting Welsh Labour policy, as I am very happy to support Welsh Labour policy. So thank you very much.
Councillor Hodges.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Wow, what an interesting debate. Let's start with Councillor Carroll, shall we? He's wrong again. He said that the money to Scotland gained by the devolution of the Crown Estate was proportionately cut. He's quite right. It was 110 million. It was cut by 10 million, leaving a £100 million profit and gain for the people of Scotland, something denied to us. He also talked about the ridiculousness, I suspect, of this motion being debated here as we have no control over it, and then listed very many items that we have no control of under the control of the Senate itself. So get your act together, Councillor. We then go to Councillor Prothero, who said that Welsh Labour in the Senedd, under the Baroness, supports the devolution of the Crown Estate, and she's quite right. Absolutely. It's just a shame that the 27 Welsh Labour MPs defied you and said no, and continue to say no, including the 2 MPs that represent this county. That is shocking. That is appalling. Please get your ducks in a row. Please get your people sorted. Because if you really want this to happen, it's going to happen in Westminster, where the power lies, unfortunately, at this moment. So if you want this to happen, it's very good that we have your support tonight on a motion that we are 100% against, in favour of, I'm afraid. That's councillors and our MPs and our Senate members. But you really need to get your people sorted. Otherwise, yet again, it's another one in a list of broken promises. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodges. Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Mayor. I too support this motion, and I note the legislation goes back to 1760 with George III when he surrendered the Crown lands. I support it wholeheartedly, even though we don't benefit as much in the Vale of Glamorgan. Again, it is a Wales-wide thing and a Welsh Labour thing too. And I note that there was 1.1 billion net revenue profit from this. So I wholeheartedly support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Payne. Councillor Franks.
Thank you. I think I'd like to be fair to George Carroll. He is at least consistent in the Tory opposition to making any progress in Wales whatsoever. He's clear, no double talking, no, no, no. However, despite the honourable comments of Labour colleagues, it's also clear that Welsh Labour has absolutely no influence in Westminster. Although we were promised that Labour at both ends of the M4 would create a land of milk and honey. So what I would like to ask our Labour colleagues is, how are you going to have your views and your policy enacted? In what way are you going to influence the Labour MPs that represent the Vale of Glamorgan, and how will you represent Labour in London? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Franks. Could you put your hand down? Thank you. Councillor Cowp.
Pressed it off again. I'd just like to invite Council to think about what we could spend this money on and what the health inequalities are in Wales. Public Health Wales emphasises the importance of long-term investment in prevention, and they estimate that the cost of health inequalities in Wales cost the NHS a massive £322 million per year. Men and women in Wales live on average, men less 19 years of healthy life and women 18 than those in other parts of the UK, especially those living in deprived areas in Wales. In 2023, a quarter of children in Wales were obese. 34% of children aged 5 have tooth decay. People living in most deprived communities are nearly 4 times more likely to die from avoidable causes. And when we talk about illness, we often talk in terms of loss of disability, loss of good life and disability-adjusted life years. Both of these things have an impact on people in Wales. Cancer is now the leading cause of burden of disease in Wales, and it has a relatively high cancer disability adjusted life years, 19% higher than other nations. And of course, this has a knock-on effect on families. Wales, like the rest of the UK, has an ageing population. It has more older people and fewer people of working age as a proportion of the population. So what could we do with this money? A new study published in March suggested that children in school have adverse childhood experiences, and negative school experiences increase the power of poorer mental health. So the findings could underscore the need for trauma-based approaches, which we could, if we had this money, put into schools to support children. You won't be surprised that breastfeeding support programmes can help save the NHS £50 million a year. Targeted group sport activities aimed at increasing physical activity show returns of between £1.91 and £22.37 per pound invested. Taking a holistic approach to maintaining good health in older age through activities like fall prevention programmes, promotion of independent living, support for dementia, can generate a return of £5.18 for every pound invested. Also in Wales, 30% of the workforce in Wales is employed in the public sector. This means an extra £380 million in NI contributions. We could use that money to support private employers who may not have the support that they need to pay these extra NI insurance. In short, this money is our money. It's from our resources, and Wales generally could use this money to support the health inequalities which are worse in Wales than in other UK countries. So I support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Cowpe. Can I go to Councillor Williams?
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak on this one actually, but interestingly, from my background, I've always been made an allegiance to the Queen and now the King, and so here I'm being asked to express support for this, and I do support it. I just hope that the way we ask for that, it gives recognition to the monarchy itself. I've not got any campaigns or issues with that, and I don't want this subject to be, this letter to be part of that. Recognising that it is Crown Estate, I would appreciate if that money came to Wales. Although when I first saw the motion, I looked at the actual value to the Vale of Glamorgan, and it's very little. But I do recognise it's good to have support to those that do have a large amount of Crown Estate, and clearly within Wales there is a large amount. So I'm just letting you know that, unusually for me, I'm letting you know I'm voting for this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much. I'll just provide everyone with an opportunity to put their headphones on in the chamber. Hopefully this is working for you and you can hear a translation. So obviously I'll be speaking in support of the proposal, which has gone forward in my name. Oh, is there an issue with the translation? It is, yeah.
And is struggling somewhat. He's good.
Okay.
Okay, great. So obviously I'll be speaking in support of the proposal on the item on the agenda. A number of contributors from Plaid Cymru and Welsh Labour have made the request already for the devolution of the Crown Estate. And I appreciate the support from Councillor Williams there, the previous speaker. As a nationalist and a Republican, for me it doesn't make any sense to see the profits created in Wales flowing out of the country instead of being used to help people. As Councillor Cowp suggested, as well as a number of other speakers previously, Barry, where I'm sitting today, of course, is famous for its port and coal industry, reaching all corners of the world. But despite creating a living for many people in the valleys and the docks, there was no investment back into the communities that created the wealth. And we need to prevent a repeat of this. We can't point the finger at poor communities and abandon them to their fate, whilst also standing by as the wealth of those communities leaves the countries. It's incumbent upon us to take responsibility, and that responsibility should be in the hands of Welsh ministers. Of course, devolving the Crown Estate isn't unprecedented, as we've heard. The same thing happened in Scotland less than a decade ago, under the British Conservative government. So despite some asking what is the plan, a model already does exist. It's quite ironic actually to hear Conservatives arguing against the transfer of the powers to Wales after they themselves did transfer those powers to Scotland a number of years ago. The money we're talking about isn't huge. As we heard from Councillor Cooper, total of properties are some 850 million or perhaps $1 billion now with inflation. But of course it isn't inconsequential either. And this money can be put to better use for the benefit of the people of Wales. Despite the name, the Crown Estate, the owner of the estate is the Treasury, but there is a mechanism for profits to be paid to the King and his family through the Sovereign Grant Act in 2011. I was working in Westminster at the time, and I remember the government pushing a completely unfair law through the Commons within a period of hours rather than months, which is needed ordinarily to debate constitutional changes. There was little opportunity to speak, and there weren't many speakers against, to be honest. But it's fair to say that Jacob Rees-Mogg didn't agree with the comments of Plaid Cymru members in the chamber. As we heard earlier on, there are now 15 other local authorities in Wales who have supported a similar proposal to what we have before us. So this is national, in spite of the fact, as it was noted by Councillor Williams, that only a piece of land is part of the estate in Llantryd Major, where we pay the estate. Of course, I tabled the proposal for the December meeting for us to be leading the charge, but unfortunately there was no opportunity at the time to discuss the subject. We've heard from a number of other speakers already. Better late than never that we support the transfer of powers of the Crown Estate to Wales. Diolch yn fawr for listening to this evening.
Diolch yn fawr. Councillor Hooper.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very, very brief. I've enjoyed the debate tonight, and there's no point in me correcting Councillor Carroll's mistake, because Councillor Hodges did it so well earlier, so there's no need for me to do it. I just want to make reference, Councillor Williams, your point, I think, was particularly interesting this evening. I think this isn't something which is necessarily anti-monarchianistic. I think this is about, just as Councillor Goodjohn said, righting a wrong. So I'm really grateful for your support this evening in particular. But I recommend, can we have a recorded vote tonight, please? Thank you.
Of course. Chief Exec, can you take us to a vote? I see no other hands.
Can we just wait?
I think we're just checking one thing. Thank you, Amy.
Yeah, whilst we get the vote ready, so it's plus or minus if you're in the chamber for or against the motion. For the motion, against the motion, plus or minus, or abstain in the middle. It's a recorded vote, so I'll let you know when the vote is open, and I'll let you know as well when the vote is about to close, and then we will display the results on the screen once the vote has been closed. So, vote ready, Amy?
Yep, so 1 second, just have to make sure Councillor Morgan's mic is active for the vote. Okay, start
All
on the
good?
vote now.
Yep, vote is open. Thank you.
Can people raise their hands if it's not working? Cabinet are in trouble. Hold on 1 minute, Amy. I believe it seems to be Cabinet. Oh, okay. Okay, I think we're going to have to restart some of the system. We're going to have to stop and start again.
Bear with us, we're just going to reset a couple of microphones and we'll rerun the entire vote. Apologies.
Apologies to those watching. We should have the vote up and running soon. Thank you, Amy.
That's okay, give me 1 moment.
No worries.
Sorry, yeah, just got to reset the microphone.
Are we ready for round 2? No problem.
Okay, thank you for your patience, members. So if you can vote again, please, and hopefully everybody's microphones will be working in the chamber. So it's plus or minus if you're in favour or against the motion. Okay, so before we declare the results, I think the vote is closing. Yes? Close, yeah. We haven't been able to take the votes of Councillor Wilson, Councillor Burnett or Councillor John, despite resetting the microphone. So can I ask you in turn, Councillor Wilson first, are you in favour or against the motion?
In favour.
Thank you. Councillor Burnett and Councillor John. So that's 3 additional votes in favour. And if you give me a moment, we'll display the vote on the screen. Thank you, Amy. So the results are now available for everybody to see. So that motion is carried. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, sorry, a few technical problems. Dr. Johnson.
Yes, Mayor. Sorry, it's it's a bit slow. Just as a point of order before we move on to the next item, the motion that we're discussing under item 7, which is regarding to women and state page inequality, was closely related to those which have previously been discussed by Rhondda and Taff County Borough Council. The monitoring officer has provided us with advice this evening, which was received by members, in my case, at 5:33 tonight, so barely half an hour before the meeting started. My understanding of the meeting at Rhondda and Taff, and I've not had a chance, unfortunately, because of the short period of time allocated since receiving that motion, is that the members who were impacted by the motion, declared a personal interest, but stayed, spoke, and voted. That may not be completely correct because I've not had a chance to go back and look at that, but that's my understanding of it. I just want to make that clear at this point because we've unfortunately had limited time to respond to the comments by the monitoring officer this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Monitoring Officer Vicky, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Obviously, if I'm asked for advice on personal and prejudicial interests, I'm happy to provide that advice. I was asked about this motion by some members, and in discussions before the meeting today with members of the Democratic Services team, and to assist other members who are joining the meeting this evening, I sent an email to all members via Karen Bowen so that members could consider their position. I think, as outlined by the Chief Executive at the outset of the meeting, it is very much a matter for the individual member, and as the advice sets out, I think at this stage it's difficult to extend upon that advice without having had that opportunity to have those discussions much sooner. But I think it's right to say that on the basis of the advice, it is ultimately a matter for the individual member.
Okay.
Yes, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, apologies, Mayor. You're seeing me put the microphone on. It takes a while to appear on the screen. I'd just like to thank the monitoring officer for the advice provided, but I will be sticking to the position that I took earlier on this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bruce, do you wish to speak?
Yes, I'd just like to declare an interest. Thank you to Councillor Burnett for giving me those dates. I understand. I know that. So I better leave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Morgan, did you wish to speak as well?
Just a point of order, I suppose. Just, are we still quorate? Because we need to have 25% of the council to vote on this. Do
we
still
believe
have
so.
that? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So agenda item 7, the motion submitted by Councillor Ian Johnson and Councillor Hooper, changes to state pension age. If those who would like to leave the room can leave the room. Enjoy yourselves.
10 o'clock.
And those online as well. We will call you back. Just let them leave. Councillor Johnson, are you presenting this? Councillor Cowp. Thank you. Councillor Asprey, are you leaving or are you staying? I've been told she's staying. Yeah. Thank you so much. Councillor Cowp.
Thank you. On Tuesday, the 17th of December 2024, the government made an unprecedented political choice to ignore the clear recommendations of an independent watchdog, which 9 months previously ordered ministers to urgently compensate women born in the 1950s for mistakes made by the Department of Work and Pensions in failing to communicate life-impacting changes to their state pension age. And that's key to this. It's not the state pension age, it's the failure to communicate appropriately. The Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman concluded in March 2024 that the government's failure to directly inform affected women was maladministration, resulting in financial hardship and emotional distress for millions of women. The report found that the government waited until April 2009, 14 years after the 1995 Pensions Act, before it began writing individually to the women affected. The government then suspended writing to women in March 2011 because the coalition government was considering speeding up the equalisation of the state pension age. The Ombudsman stated, "We consider that if the Department of Work and Pensions had made a reasonable decision in August 2005 and then acted promptly, it would have written to affected women to tell them about changes to their state pension age by at the latest December 2006. A large percentage of women in this age group only received a letter advising them of significant increases to the state pension age when they were 59 years old. Some women had between 2 and 5 years' notice. It follows, therefore, that these women should have had more individual notice of the changes than they got. The opportunity that additional notice would have given them to readjust their retirement plans was lost to them. The government's own website showed the state pension age for women as 60 right up until February 2016. As we've seen, many women in this chamber and many women in the Vale of Glamorgan are adversely affected by this. In total, 3.8 million women in the UK are affected by this, with 12 WASPy women dying every day without the compensation they deserve. Women were shocked and angry and betrayed, especially since in opposition, over 90 Labour MPs supported WASPy's calls for compensation, including the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer, who was happy to have photographs showing his support. However, although the Work and Pension Secretary Liz Kendall apologised on behalf of the government, she stated that they refused to pay compensation. This is a bizarre and unjustified move which will leave everybody asking, what is the point of an ombudsman if ministers can simply ignore the decision? The Ombudsman report was laid before Parliament for MPs to deal with. By bypassing this, Parliament in this way means that government has effectively set itself up as judge and jury, and this cannot be right. WASPy also disputes the government's assertion, repeated by Keir Starmer in Prime Minister's Questions and many Labour MPs since then, that 90% of women were aware of the changes. This 90% figure cited by ministers refers only to women having a vague awareness of the principle that the state pension age might change in the future. We also need to consider that women in this age group were not allowed to join companies' pension schemes until the 1990s, and many women, as we know now, were wrongly advised to pay the smaller married woman's stamp. Many women took on caring responsibilities for their parents and for grandchildren in the expectation they would receive their state pension at 60. Some divorce settlements were also based on this premise that women would receive their state pension at 60. Those decisions the women made are irreversible. We all know how long it takes up to build a pension pot. It can't happen overnight. This is not just about money, although the cost is minimal, considering that the government have saved by delaying the pension age. The cost of compensation is estimated at 10.5 billion. Delaying the pension age saved 200 billion. It is about fundamental trust between government and ordinary people. This government supported WASPI in opposition. Now they've turned their back on them. The lack of communication from the government broke that trust, and the Labour Party need to do the right thing and honour the report of the Parliamentary Ombudsman. And can I just say that even if they do honour the report of the Parliamentary Ombudsman, that does not say there will be blanket compensation for all women. They may decide to have a sliding scale, but they certainly should not go back, and I urge the Council to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cope. Councillor Johnson.
I'd like to second the reserve the right to speak at a later point in the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am going to apologise now. My screen is not working, so anyone at home who wants to speak, I'm going to be advised by Democratic. We've got lots of issues this evening, lucky me. Is there anyone in the chamber who'd like to speak? Councillor Perks.
Yes, sorry. Okay. Yeah, I would like to say that I support this motion, and I think, you know, we do need to look at this again for the maladministration of what happened to this set of women who were expecting to get their pension at 60 and then found out, as Councillor Cope said, some of them at 59, that they couldn't retire at 60, left a lot of people in financial hardship. Having to go back to work, you know, they thought they were going to retire. They had to remain in work or get different jobs that would actually, you know, sort of pay them to be able to live, basically. Some of them find them deep financial hardship. And yes, I just say that I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor Lovelock-Edwards.
Thank you. Like Councillor Perks, I too want to support this motion. As we'll have recognised that last weekend we celebrated International Women's Day, whereby the theme for this year was for all women and girls, rights, equality, empowerment. And this year's theme called for action that can unlock equal rights, power and opportunities for all, and a feminist future where no one is left behind. Central to that vision was empowering the next generation, young people, particularly young women, adolescent girls, as catalysts for lasting change. So how can we, what sort of legacy are we leaving them if we say nothing and we don't stand by the WASPI women? It's the principle of the point in terms of the Ombudsman making a ruling and making a determination after hearing all the evidence from both sides, and therefore it's only fair and right that that decision is upheld. And like many others, I've stood beside the WASPI women in campaigns, and whilst having no real connection to any, you know, through any family member, I completely and wholeheartedly believe that we should be supporting this motion. I understand that the motion only asks for us to lobby and write to the Labour government, and it is only right and fitting that we do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Asprey.
Hello, thank you. Just a simple search on the internet brings up repeated stories about the WASPI women. And one of the facts that jumped out to me was to ignore the PHSO set a dangerous precedent, as the role of independent ombudsman is to ensure there are effective checks and balances on government. This could leave the door open for private companies to ignore the decisions of the ombudsman if they find any conclusions inconvenient. And I just feel quite strongly that the MPs who made promises when in opposition should honour those promises so the public trust in politicians does not suffer through an obvious refusal to acknowledge to do what is right. Financial constraints should not be a barrier to compensation. I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Asprey. Councillor Sevananam.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst I do have sympathy for the UK Labour government's inheritance of 14 years of Tory lack of investment in our public services and a lack of value-driven, any values-driven in its leadership, I am going to support this motion this evening. As a woman, as a feminist, I think it's incumbent upon me to support this motion this evening. The Ombudsman report recognised the lack of care shown towards WASPI women, and I would like to support this motion this evening.
Thank you. Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd just like to make the point where you spent over an hour and a half this evening at this full council meeting discussing two issues which at the end of the day are going to be decided at the national level. I feel sure that the electorate would far rather us be spending this time talking about important issues linked to the Vale of Glamorgan, which we can have a definite impact on. Thank you.
Councillor Prothero.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks again to Councillor Cope for bringing this really important matter to us today. While we have limited powers, I suppose, as a local authority, having followed the WASPI campaign over a number of years and understanding that we are talking about righting a wrong, we're talking about an ombudsman's decision that there was a maladministration here. These women were not given enough notice of that change, and it has had some really, really impactful events that for them, for some of them, has been quite catastrophic because they haven't had enough money to just do the things that they were hoping that they would be able to do in their retirements. So it is a disappointment that we are where we are at the moment, but I am wholeheartedly supporting this motion, and I believe that with individual local authorities making the same decision to support it and with a louder voice, we can turn this round. So I support it and thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Obviously, I'll be speaking in support of the proposal on the paper in my name. Just giving everybody a moment to put their headphones on. Great. So this is a matter of principle. It relates to fairness, and it also relates to poverty. 3.8 million women have been impacted by these pension changes. I don't have any numbers for Vale of Glamorgan County Council, but in RCT, according to figures, it's 12,800 women being impacted. So it gives us a bit of an idea that it might be some 8,000 or 9,000 women in particular being impacted in Vale of Glamorgan, including, of course, a large number of people belonging to people in this council. I'm been aware of these changes for some 15 years since I worked in Westminster on the Pension Act 2011, which increased the pension age once again to 66. As part of the discussions, I spoke to groups who highlighted to me the inequalities of increasing the respective age without sufficient notice. They were not against the general principle, but the lack of communication about the impact from the changes to women who were still working at the time. I don't remember if the campaign had a name at the time, but the campaigners are now well known as WASPIs. As a candidate at last year's general election and Plaid Cymru's head of policy, the campaign was clearly an important one for the many women who have lost out due to the chaos from the Department of Work and Pensions, forcing changes to life plans to work later and increasing pension contributions in order to fill the gap. After years of campaigning, the Ombudsman published a report about the error of the policy by DWP. I'm aware of a number of people who didn't accept the result and campaigned for the money that was lost out on following the change of pension age for women, and the feeling, which was entirely sincere. But I would like to emphasise tonight the Ombudsman's findings, the error by the DWP, and the suggestion or recommendation to pay compensation to the women as a result. The state has made an error and they have a duty to do the right thing, which is one payment to reverse the mistake. This is estimated to cost some 10.5 billion, but at what price do we put on fairness? Now, women of the respective age are dying every day. Some 300,000 apparently may have died in the last weeks, so a fair payment is needed and urgently. Many politicians have supported these women in campaigning, but not supported them now in Westminster. As was the case with the postmasters, this leaves a stain on politics as senior ministers and officials delay payments. I hope there will be unanimous support from the Council here this evening to ask the UK Government to reverse the decision to ignore a direction from the Ombudsman. Having heard from Councillor Godfrey, why do we talk about things in this chamber which are not directly within the jurisdiction of the Council? When something impacts some 8,000 or 9,000 people and their families, it will be important to them and to our community. So hopefully Councillor Godfrey and others will be able to support the motion before us this evening. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr. Councillor John?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I fully support this motion. I think it's appalling what has happened. And quite honestly, if you put yourselves in this position, they were cheated. And it's as simple as that. So I fully support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thomas?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Godfrey asked why we're debating this. I represent residents in my community, many of whom are affected by this injustice, and it is my duty to represent their views and to support the people who are disadvantaged by this, and therefore I will be supporting in favour of this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm not going to get into the rights or wrongs of this issue. I think that it is interesting that Labour MPs in opposition said one thing on this, and then when they got into power, they quickly did an about turn. But I would echo Councillor Godfrey's comments. We have now spent well over an hour discussing two matters that aren't within this authority's remit, and I would make the point. This authority has powers over many things that impact people's lives. Social care, schools, our roads, other facilities within our communities. These are all things that are within our power and our gift to impact. We will be voting on this authority's budget later this evening. That budget proposes an inflation-busting council tax rise, a council tax rise that will put real pressure on households across the Vale of Glamorgan if it goes ahead. We should remember what our role is. We're not members of Parliament. I represent the people of Landock. It's my job to represent them on those issues which are within this authority's remit. It's the Labour MP's responsibility to represent them on issues within the UK government's remit, and obviously he's accountable for that. But I shall end my remarks here because we have very important issues to discuss in this meeting this evening, which are within this authority's remit. And I think it's important that we remember that we exist to fulfil a very important role in our communities, and we should make sure that we do it to the best of our abilities.
Thank you. Just to let everyone know that any member can submit a motion when they would like to as part of the Constitution. Councillor Collins.
Thank you. I'd just like to remind Councillor Godfrey and Councillor Carroll that there will be women in their constituencies who have been adversely affected by this. They are saying, Councillor Carroll is saying it's his job to represent the people in his constituency. Yes, it is. You're supposed to represent them in anything and everything that affects them, not just what the council do. Yes, we have more effect with the council than with the MPs, but the council can and does at times give MPs a kick up the bum when needed, and that is all we're asking you to do. Represent the people in your community who need your help and stop blathering on about what we can and cannot effect change in.
Councillor Collins, can I ask you to try and remain calm? Thank you, and careful of how you speak to people. Thank you very much. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I got a few points to make. First of all, I am a bit alarmed by Councillor Carroll's comments about what we can and what we can't discuss tonight. Already, the Mayor has rightly said, you know, it's within the Constitution to look at such a motion. It's not been ruled out of order by the monitoring officer or the head of the Democratic Service or by the Chief Executive of the Council. And as far as I'm concerned, that's good enough for me so that we can discuss it. And yes, it affects people in Stanwell Ward, which I'm proud to represent. And clearly, it's been an issue for them. Anyone born between April 1950 and April 1960 who's female has been adversely affected by it. And in fact, in many of my other aspects of my public life, like I'm a member of UCU Union, for example, we have debated motions at UCU Company Conference recently, as part of me being a retired members branch member. Yes, I am a bit annoyed, to say the least, that we've done this, but I also understand we've had a considerable period of overspending by the Conservative administration that ruled for 15 years and 14 years, and we're trying to get over that, and it will take us time to do that. But equally though, you know, I'm not letting the UK government off the hook over this. This is something that I will be continuing to pressure UK government, and I think we, as part of many councils, will lobby for the right thing to do. As far as I'm concerned, it's Welsh Labour policy to support WASPy women, and I'll be supporting this motion. So thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Hi, I've just fallen into a bit of a state of shock, having just heard a Labour councillor accuse a Conservative government of overspending. I think that is probably, I don't know, a first. As a Labour councillor ever said that of the former Conservative government ever before. I do have great sympathy with what the Conservatives have said tonight. And we do have a new MP who seems to be doing the work of councillors, and in some ways now we're stepping on the toes of the local MP who was elected relatively recently. So I do think that we should perhaps be asking our our Labour MP to look at his job description and not step on our toes with potholes and things, and we should perhaps not step on his toes. So I'm not going to say very much because there's been a lot, and I might be going down the same street as Millie Collins one day, and I don't want to upset her. But deal this with good humour. I'm torn what to do because I understand why we shouldn't be perhaps talking about this at such great length. but I'm also aware of the problems that have been caused by the decisions at Westminster over many, many, many decades. It's not just the last government, but it's been previous governments and the demographic time bomb that has been talked about, but has never been acted on by successive governments of both colours. Thank you. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you. We'll come back to Councillor Cowp and then we'll take this to a vote. Councillor Cowp?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to the people who have spoken in support of this. And I think one of our important roles is to make representation to whoever, whenever, if we think that something is wrong with justice and fairness and the way people have been treated. That's why this motion was brought to this council. All we're asking is that they ask the government in Westminster to honour the report of the independent ombudsman, which is what they should be doing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, and could we have a recorded vote, please?
Of course, no problem.
Thank you.
Can I take the Chief Exec now for the vote?
Yeah. So we will set the vote up. It's ready to go.
It's ready to go.
So plus or minus if you're in favour or against the motion, 0 in the middle if you're abstaining, same at home, for or against, and I will let you know just before the vote is closing. Thank you.
If anyone has any technical problems, then do raise your hand.
It's the same 3, but I can change them in the break.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to let everyone know in advance, we're going to take a break after this because I think we'll try and get the problem sorted, etc. Is that okay?
Okay, we're going to draw the vote to a close. Before we display the results, I'm going to ask Councillor Wilson. Are you in favour or against? Councillor Wilson, please.
In favour.
Thank you. Councillor John? In favour. And Councillor Morgan? Okay, so 3 additional in favours to add, and then we will display the vote. Okay, so the motion is carried. 27 in favour, 8 against, 3 abstentions. To display the results? The results are on the screen now. Thank you, members. How much of a break do you want?
It is now 7:43. We'll do 7 minutes, so there's time to adjust the technical problems. So come back in at 7:50. Thank you.
Oi. What? Who's she?
Oh, yes.
Okay, 1 minute, everyone. 1 minute. Croeso nôl. Welcome back. Thank you, everyone. Moving on, agenda item 8, reference from the Governance and Audit Committee of the 6th of January on the proposal to amend the minimum revenue provision 2024-25 policy. Leader, can you present the report, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, as mentioned, this is a reference from Governance and Audit Committee straight to Council. As laid out in the reference and report, minimum revenue provision, the MRP, was the method that local authorities used to charge their revenue accounts over time with the cost of their capital expenditure that was originally funded by debt. Following some recent benchmarking across other Welsh authorities, the Council had identified a number of authorities which use an asset life of 50 years rather than 40 years. And so taking into account the guidance that the Council must adhere to, the team had carried out a piece of work looking at the average asset lives funded from supported borrowing for the previous 10 financial years. Following this analysis, the average asset life over this period was just over 52 years. So the Council proposed to apply the asset life method to calculate MRP on outstanding supported borrowing incurred up to 31st of March 2025 using a straight line calculation over 50 years. Having taken this to Governance and Audit, the Council considered it consistent with the statutory duty to make prudent revenue provision for the redemption of debt. So they took it to Governance and Audit Committee, and Governance and Audit Committee have recommended that Council approves the proposed amendments to the minimum revenue provision policy for 2024-25 for supported borrowing, and I would move.
And I'll second that, Mayor.
Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, diolch yn fawr.
Thank you very much, Leader, for this. On behalf of the Plaid Cymru Group, I'm happy for us to be supporting the request to revise MRP. I remember this happening some probably 6 or 7 years ago. And it's something, it was so important with council assets, and it's something that we should do, or we should do quite frequently to make sure that we're keeping in line with guidance and other local authorities in Wales. So as long as we're not misleading anyone, as long as we're being clear and transparent in terms of how we pay for assets, this makes perfect sense to me. Thank you very much.
Diolch yn fawr. Anyone else? I see no dissent. Therefore, the reference is approved. Thank you. Agenda item 9, report of the Chief Exec regarding consultation with non-domestic ratepayers. Leader, can you present the report, please?
Thank you, Mayor. To comply with the non-domestic ratepayers regulations of 1992, the Council has consulted with non-domestic ratepayers with the any responses due to be submitted by 12 noon today. There have been no responses, so I would move that we note the report and the fact that there are no responses. Thank you.
And I'll second that.
I see no dissent, so the report is noted. Agenda item 10, report of the Monitoring Officer, Head of Legal and Democratic Services regarding amendments to the Constitution. Leader, can you present?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is one of our standard reports in terms of any amendments to the Council's Constitution. And today we're looking at the following reports to Section 18 and Section 26. In terms of Section 18, This is to amend the contract procedure rules to reflect the new Procurement Act 2023 and the Procurement Wales regulations coming into force from the 24th of February 2025. The suggested amendments are attached to Appendix 1 to the report for council approval. And in terms of Section 26, which is officer delegations, which we amend from time to time, the first one is in relation to Director of Learning and Skills, and that's paragraph 9 on the current page 355, in relation to the variation and revocation of licences, and that's in terms of things like chaperone licences, relating to children and theatrical work and performances and that sort of thing. And also for the Director of Environment and Housing and Head of Neighbourhood Services and Transport, and that's a new number 35 on current page 359, and that's granting authority in consultation with a relevant cabinet member to vary the council's current winter maintenance gritting schedule as defined in the winter service manual to increase or decrease routes for treatment by plus or minus 10% overall. So just proposing those. So the recommendations for us today are that amendments to section 18 titled Contract Procedure Rules of the Council Constitution as detailed in Appendix 1 to this report and outlined in paragraphs 2.1 to 2.8 be approved and the Council's Constitution amended accordingly. And secondly, that the officer delegations as outlined in paragraphs 2.9 of this report be approved and the Council's Constitution amended accordingly. I move.
And I'll second those recommendations.
Thank you. No dissent, therefore the recommendations as contained are approved. Moving on to agenda item 11. 11A, reference from Cabinet Vale of Glamorgan panel performance assessment. Leader, can you present?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I think, thank you to the Chief Executive for the introduction earlier. And this actually is a really good report to bring to Cabinet today, to Council today for agreement. The panel performance assessment had been timely for a number of reasons, but particularly because it coincided with the development of the new corporate plan, which we are also going to discuss at this council. And as the leader, as the chief exec said earlier, the Appendix A to the report contained the outcome of the report from the independent panel of peers, with the overall conclusion that the panel assessed the Vale of Glamorgan to be a good council within the current context of high service demand, operational pressures and resources. It is a values-based organisation with a good internal culture and solid external relationships. There were a number of areas that, or there were a number of recommendations that came forward from the assessment, and at the end of the day, that was the reason why we undertook it, to find out how we could improve, and that was looking at recommendations in terms of areas of improvement, and that was planning for place and talking about developing an overall narrative for the county rather than just the council. Signalling change. So how do we talk to people? How do we tell people about how this council will change? And that's part of the thinking around Vale 2030. And then building on existing strong partnerships. And it was really encouraging within the report to hear what our partners had to say about us as a council, and the benefits that worked with us. And talking, if you look at paragraph 9.1, in terms of the areas of local focus and recommendations of areas of improvement, that they all chime. And so we will be taking those forward. But if you'd like to have a look at paragraph 13.1 on page 14 of the report, it also talks about governance and using resource effectively. And members will see the outcomes of that coming through. And in Cabinet, we discussed the new scrutiny proposals, which will be under consultation with members over the coming months and hopefully come to full council in May. So there are a couple of recommendations that have come within the reference to us, and that is that the report and appendices and the views of the Governance and Audit Committee, which was very supportive of the report, and Cabinet, be referred to full council for consideration and approval, and also that that full council considers the report and the views of Cabinet and Governance and Audit Committee and approves the council's response to the panel performance assessment. So that is actually taking on board the recommendations and therefore what this council would intend to do about that. And I'm very pleased to move those recommendations.
And I'll second those recommendations.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I met with the panel in November last year and I gave a very frank account of my views regarding this authority's performance and the way that it operates. In light of that, I'm disappointed by the panel's recommendation that this authority's performance is good. I fear that this risks fueling complacency at a time when radical reform regarding the way this authority works, manages budgets and provides services takes place, and I would urge the leader and the Cabinet not to rest on their laurels, because complacency is the very last thing that this authority needs when we look at its record and its output.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Can I also, I really like to associate myself with this report. And in fact, on 2.27 on this report, in their report, the panel, and I'll read this out for Councillor Carroll and the benefit of certain other members. In their report, the panel describes the corporate plan as ambitious and that the council has been still in time with the PPA to assist in the development of the draft corporate plan. The plan concluded the council was at an early stage demonstrating outcomes, and while staff behind the ambition of the corporate plan. Okay, so one of the things you've got to remember, Councillor Carroll, is that you are a member of this council. You have a corporate responsibility. You have a corporate responsibility. And I will repeat that twice. We all are members of this body. That means that you should hold the high regard for our officers. Our officers work really hard on our behalf. They help me out a lot out in my job, as you know, in my portfolio role, but they also help me out as a member of this council. And I know they help you out, Councillor Carroll, in your work as well. So by condemning this report, you're kind of condemning the council. You almost put it into disrepute. And really, I think that is appalling. Because really, you have contributed towards it, we all are. You know, you have been in the past a scrutiny chair, as you know. You've also been chair of audit committee. You have played an active role in the works of the council. Okay, you are leader of the opposition. That still means, though, you are still part of this council. You have a corporate responsibility. I remember an ex-leader of the Tory group, Councillor Jeff James, making the same point to me, saying we're all part of the corporate responsibility. Councillor A.J. Williams also said that to me, who was deputy leader at that time when I first became a member. We're all part of the corporate body. So I am a bit disappointed in you, Councillor Carroll. Thank you.
Point of order.
Point of order, yes, Councillor Carroll.
In his remarks, Councillor Wilson seemed to suggest that I had made comments about council officers in my comments. To be clear, my comments were relating to this administration. We have a cabinet system, we have an executive that runs this authority. As an opposition member of this authority, it is my job to hold that executive and its plans and its direction to account, and I make no apologies for doing so. That is my role.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Goodjohn.
Yeah, can I say as a backbencher and also as a member of the Governance and Audit Committee, part of the reason why we recommended to the full council that we approve this and the response to the recommendations is exactly for the same reason that George Carroll laid out for us, that we must not rest on our laurels. At the end of the day, the report said that we did an extremely good job in the face of constrained resources under 14 years of austerity. That is inevitably what happened. Are we perfect? Of course not. There is not a single public service in this country that is perfect by any means. So the response to this is what's extremely important. We must make sure that we have a revolution in how we communicate with and for our residents. And that is part of the signalling change, part of the recommendations and our response to that. And at the end of the day, the corporate plan is our main response to that, which we'll be debating next, which was stated to be extremely ambitious and purposeful and values driven. So that is the important bit. The important bit is what is the response, and we are recommending that we approve the response.
Thank you. Is this dissent? Do we need to take this to a vote? No. The reference is approved. Thank you. Agenda item 11B. Reference from Cabinet, Vale 2020-30, sorry. Draft Vale of Glamorgan Corporate Plan, 25 to 30. Leader.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I mean, as it's been trailed with, again, by the Chief Exec and also by the panel performance assessment, this draft corporate plan for the years 2025-2030 is brought to Council today. So Vale 2030, which is the title of the plan, which has been around all scrutiny committees. It has been subject to consultation, and there are a number of modifications to it that went to Cabinet recently. So, you know, it's laid out at Appendix A. It's been developed. The outcome of the consultation is reported on, and the subsequent changes to that plan. Vale 2030 details 5 new wellbeing objectives, and the activities that will be undertaken in those 5 years to deliver those. The commitments within the Vale 2030 will be reflected in the annual directorate plans, and those plans will then be presented to relevant scrutiny committees in March to April, together with proposed service improvement targets for 2025-26. As I said, it comes here today for our approval. One of the things that was changed as for feedback, there's always a range of feedback on most reports. Sometimes there's not enough detail, and other times it's that there's too much detail. On this occasion, that it was requested that there was an executive summary. That has been developed and is included with the report, and also that there is a plan on a page, and that is very helpful as well. So those have been done. The things that actually were received well were created, that the wellbeing objectives, or the Vale objectives for the next 5 years, are that we create great places to live, work and visit, that we respect and celebrate the environment, that we give everyone a good start in life or great start, that we support and protect those who need us, and that we try to be the best council we can be. We know that to do that, we need to work with our communities. We need to work in partnership. And if you actually have a look at the plan, there is actually a page that tells partners who want to work with us what to expect if they work. So it's actually, I suppose, quite risky to say, if you work with the council, this is what you can expect. Because that means that if people don't get it, they know exactly what to point at when they come back to have a conversation. But actually, that's a positive thing, isn't it? Because quite often people know that something's not working, but they don't know exactly why. And having a contract of that sort to be able to say, well, actually, I don't think this part of the contract's working. We need to have a conversation. So trying to be as open and positive and constructive as we can be going forward, in the hope that we can develop those relationships, those partnerships throughout the next 5 years. It's a very simple recommendation before us today. This corporate plan will provide the strategic framework for most of what we do over the next 5 years. So it's being presented to Council today for approval. And I would therefore move.
And I'll second that recommendation.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. And before I start, I would like to predicate my comments by making clear that they don't relate to council officers or staff. They relate to the administration that runs this authority. And once again, I will point out that we have an executive and we have an opposition. We have a Labour Land First coalition that runs this authority, and it is that administration's corporate plan. I quote the leader who said that this report, this plan, will form the strategic framework for this authority over the next 5 years. Clearly, that's a strategic framework for this administration. In my view, this corporate plan will not turn this authority around and improve its performance. It has the wrong focus, and it will not shift attention towards this authority's main objective, to provide the best possible service at the best possible price. Now, members who also sit on the Corporate Performance and Resources Scrutiny Committee will note that I have already raised these concerns about this corporate plan's focus, so I will go through them briefly once again. The most important thing that this authority can do to improve service provision is to improve productivity. However, the word productivity is not mentioned within the report, so are we really sure that this plan has the right focus? By contrast, the word equality is mentioned 182 times, diversity 4 times, inclusion 6 times. Value for money, though, is mentioned just 3 times. Efficiency is mentioned twice. Waste collections mentioned once. Roads mentioned twice. Resurfacing is mentioned once in the consultation feedback, but not mentioned in the draft plan. It's important that this authority has the right focus. Having read this corporate plan, I don't believe it achieves that, and so I won't be endorsing it.
Councillor Haynes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First off, I'd like to, due to Rob's comments and the comments before, and I understand that council officers sometimes feel under pressure from comments from councillors. I personally would like to thank the officers who have engaged with me and the residents of St Athan. Now, being the ward member for St Athan, it's not surprising that I find this document disturbing at best. You look at the objectives: creating great places to live, respecting and celebrating the environment. Well, in St Athan, that really means just building on every green space this council can see. And engagement pretty much consists of, look at the plan we've got for the houses. Now, since I was elected, I've been screaming for placemaking. I have had some engagement for officers, but placemaking requires a budget. and that budget is not forthcoming. So I ask this council, if you really believe these things in this document, you need to engage with communities where you're having houses being built. You need to engage with communities that are outside the towns, the rural Vale, etc. So I find it very hard to support this document.
Councillor Hooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm going to be really brief, and I want to take, I'm really disturbed to hear Councillor Carroll's points earlier about, it's as if he's picked up his Twitter feed that he operates for a certain Senedd member and wants to repeat it in this chamber. There's huge value in diversity, and that value is something that we should be supporting and recognising. And it just, you take the discourse in this chamber down every time that you reference it instead of other things. And I, for one, do not want to see this. If you want to go and join another party that seems to be doing this across our communities, maybe you should.
Right. Okay. Can I start by asking Councillor Carroll to stop either lying or being lazy? So first off, when it comes to equality,
can we try not to make things personal?
Okay, when it comes to equality and diversity, corporate performance, it was mentioned that diversity was mentioned 182 times in the report. This is not true. It was mentioned twice, unless you're trying to include all of the public comments, right? Equality, it's mentioned 12 times. This is a false statement, okay? Simple as, okay? Second off, productivity. How are you measuring productivity in the public sector? When a carer, how much time they're spending with each individual person. When a teacher, how large is their class size? If a class size is larger, does that mean more productivity for the teacher? If a school is overcrowded, is the school more efficient? Right? We can't simply put blanket terms from business and put them into public sector. It doesn't work that way. Some things we can learn, some things we can't, okay? What part of the corporate plan specifically is being opposed? A good start, a healthy life, being the best council we can be is a generic term, but at the end of the day, it's talking about everything that our scrutiny committees have been talking about for ages. It's about communicating better with our residents. It's about being more efficient as a council. It's using digital technologies. There's kind of things that Councillor Carroll mentions all the time in corporate performance, because I'm on corporate performance with him, because these are the things that we need to be doing to reshape our services. This is a council policy reshaping our services. It might not mean anything to most people, and that's entirely fair enough, but what reshaping means is doing the same things that we're doing now better, more efficiently, cheaper, with new technologies and new methods of doing things. It's as simple as that. So firstly, please, no more false statements in this chamber. And secondly, please, if you're going to oppose something, can you tell us specifically why it's being opposed?
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, for letting me speak on this matter. I'd just like to make reference to page 5 of the post-consultation corporate plan. And I'll read this out. The Vale of Glamorgan will be a clean, green and sustainable place where the council leads effort to tackle climate and nature emergencies. People enjoy energy-efficient homes, schools and council facilities, as well as maintain parks, green space and clean bathing waters. Recycling rates will be among the best in Wales. Waste levels will be reduced. Sustainable transport will be the norm, and Wales will take proud, and I think they already are, in living in a greener and healthy environment that supports biodiversity. Our goal is to be a net zeros organisation by 2030 and help the country reach net zero by 2050. This is an ambitious corporate plan, but this reflects our values as to what we are like as a council. As you can see from that paragraph, it makes reference to waste, it makes reference to recycling, it makes mentions to our green spaces and our parks. You know, those are under my area of responsibility. I'm very proud of my area of responsibility. We deliver very efficient services, perhaps one of the most efficient in Wales, in fact. Yet we still deliver fantastic recycling rates, over 70%, I believe, in this current year, and hopefully even better than that. And clearly, I want to make more and more progress on this. I am very proud of this corporate plan going forward, and it is ambitious, and I would also say it's outward looking to the residents and the visitors of Vale of Glamorgan, which I'm very proud to be part of.
Councillor Johnson.
Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and thank you to all of those who've spoken already on this topic. The corporate plan has been through a number of iterations over the last couple of months. It's been to scrutiny for discussion, it's gone out to consultation, and it's come back to the committees for further discussion. I believe that the document before us is better for it, and I'm happy to support the officers for the work that they've done. Sorry, a little bit of issues in the chamber with a laptop. The plan in front of us is ambitious. The question is, and the challenge for council leaders now and after 2027 is whether we can achieve the objectives and the aim. Because one of the questions I always have is when there are ambitious words on the page, are they empty words or can they really be achieved? And this is the challenge for the document before us. I'm happy for us to accept the document as an ambitious document, giving us challenge, but because we will have further discussion about this in order to achieve the objectives that we have, we also need to see the financial resources primarily to be able to achieve them. And this is important because there are some of the things which will potentially go against money flows in future. Hopefully things will work out, but there's no certainty. One councillor in the corporate committee said recently is that we always look at the last plan and we point at its weaknesses and where it was weak. And every time we develop a plan, we always compliment and praise the strengths. Hopefully, in 5 years' time, we can take a look at this plan and we can say that we have achieved the objectives within it. 2 points to close. One, in the one before and the one before that, in terms of ensuring that there is an alignment between how we scrutinise the corporate plan and the committees that we have. This is important to attain. So there are 5 objectives as part of this, but there's talk about 4 scrutiny committees as part of reorganisation of scrutiny in future. And then just as well to come back to somebody who's just learned how to use find on this page. So a councillor just before I spoke earlier, a quality impact assessment forms part of this document. It's over 40 pages long, and it includes the word equality 3 times on each page. So there's an assessment of the impact on equality as part of the document, and you're trying to use this against the document in itself. Actually, when you talk about what this document achieves, I think that this council deserves better if this is the analysis of what we have before us today. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Sivanyanam.
Sorry, take the headphones off. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to support this corporate plan, which I am incredibly proud of because it is incredibly ambitious. It's a corporate plan that gives us our way forward as a council about where we want to be as a council, but what we want to do to support our residents. And that's the key to this document. We are supporting the residents in the Vale of Glamorgan. And I know Councillor Carroll doesn't like this term, but we are seeking to be a more equal Vale of Glamorgan, to serve all our residents equally so that nobody should be disadvantaged. He perhaps wouldn't understand that because his party aren't really value-driven and so perhaps don't understand those values. And I'm really shocked that he isn't supporting the objectives of working with our communities, supporting learning, employment and sustainable economic growth, that he isn't supporting people in their home and in their communities. I'm actually quite flabbergasted that the Tories are sitting there not supporting these values and these objectives, because I certainly want to achieve those, and I certainly want the people of the Vale of Glamorgan to be able to challenge us on those and to measure us against this document, which should be a living document to 2030. So I'm really proud of this document. And just to point out to Councillor Carroll that equality and achieving equality means some of the things that we've already delivered. For example, like having the Let's Talk survey, where we spoke to over 4,000 residents in the Vale of Glamorgan. We had the feedback and the responses we got for that. We are acting them. We're actively acting on those responses. Our placemaking projects to give people an opportunity to have a say in the places where they live, to make those places greener, more accessible, better places to live, that we engage with our young people. Her Voice Wales has been an amazing project. It's won awards across the UK, and I'm really proud of all those projects. And if he hasn't heard of those projects, I'm very happy to discuss those with him after this meeting. And there's also, I could go on, shall I? Our age-friendly status, for example. These are all things that I'm really, really proud of. And I only wish the Tories would be proud of that too. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Carroll, did you have a point of clarification?
Point of order, Madam Deputy Mayor. Councillor Goodjohn earlier accused me of lying in this chamber. To clarify my remarks, I was referring to the report. I had thought I'd made that clear in my comments, and so I would invite Councillor Goodjohn to retract.
That is noted. Councillor Goodjohn?
You made a false statement. Sorry, I'm checking it right now. I have the number in front of me. It's not the same.
We'll move on. Councillor John.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I would, first of all, say I'm delighted to support this plan and the comments of my colleagues on the Cabinet. I would refer you to...
I'm very sorry, Councillor John. Councillor Johnson has a point of order.
Apologies, Deputy Mayor. I recognise that we have a difference of opinion between some of that. Sometimes, of course, finding the word on the page doesn't mean the same word. So if you look at biodiversity, that's in there 9 times. I think diversity then on its own is there 4 times. So I think that may be the source of the confusion to my here in the benches. I don't know if Councillor Carroll wants to double check those, but that might be the numbers.
Thank you for clarifying. Maybe someone can have a look this up and respond to all councillors after. Is that okay, Amy? To clarify? Thank you very much. Councillor John.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I am absolutely delighted to support this document. and also the comments made by my colleagues on the Cabinet earlier this evening. I refer you to Vale 2030 Executive Summary. And this document, if you haven't read it already, do so, because it carries a lot of information and it sums us up in a couple of pages. But basically, I would like to thank the officers for doing a superb job. They've worked at this for a long time, and it's gone back and forth to committees. It's gone around everywhere so many times, and I am absolutely delighted to support this tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Cave, your hand was raised. Did you want to come in?
Yes, I did, Madam Mayor or Deputy Mayor. There's been a lot of talk this evening about this report in terms of equality. And I think several members have suggested that what the report is going to do is make a more equal Vale. And what I would like to say is, at the moment, we certainly don't feel, especially in the rural Vale, that things are actually very equal, because we're always told when we have a planning application that it is absolutely okay to build on our greenfield sites, despite lots and lots of opposition. So the people in the rural Vale often don't feel like they're being treated equally with everyone else. They certainly don't feel like they're being treated equally when they're told, for example, that the roof of their village hall that actually belongs to the council, that the funding for that village roof should be paid by local residents, those residents that already pay council tax. So they don't feel very equal there. They certainly don't feel very equal when they're told that their play equipment, which has been 15 years now or so broken and unable to be used, they don't feel very equal when they're told, I'm sorry, but there is no funding for your play equipment, and that you will have to go and do some funding locally amongst the people that live locally, because the council doesn't have any funds for your play equipment. So, there's a lot of words in this report about equality. We're not quite sure how many words, but there certainly is some words about equality. But we don't feel very equal all of the time. Somebody said earlier on about technology. Well, if you look at this meeting, I do hope that one of the outcomes of this very wordy report is that we do actually get some technology that works. Because to have a meeting where the roll call takes 35 minutes of actually officers' time, everyone that is a taxpayer to the Vale of Glamorgan is paying for the costs of those officers. So, yes, I hope that the report does actually do some of the things that at the moment are very badly done. But I also won't be supporting this report this evening.
Councillor Hodges.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. There's not a lot of equality after 14 years of austerity in either our urban or our rural communities. But don't rest on your laurels, because quite simply that's shortly going to become 15 years of austerity. And to make this corporate plan work requires funding. And I am basically, whilst I have great support for this report and the plan going forward, the idea of having a corporate plan is to say what you want to do and how you're going to do it, but you also then have to have the funding to make that happen. And that's my concern. The economy is not improving. It was driven into a ditch in the last generation, and I don't see any method of this government improving upon it, and that's my concern, which is why Crown Estates and also tourism taxes, I think, are important for this council, because it's probably one of the few ways we're actually going to get any increase in funding in the years to come. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Hi, and I'm really glad to be coming after Nick, because I couldn't agree more strongly with Nick Hodges there regarding funding. And while we've got more millionaires and more billionaires ever before, we have more people in poverty and no money in the public sector, and there's very little investment in our future, in our green technologies, in our active travel infrastructure, the things that we need for the future. It's not been invested in. We are stuck. The Dutch, the Germans were doing things 20 years ago, and we're still talking about them as a future aspiration. So when we're going to actually start? Climate emergency? Flipping heck, no chance. We're not moving. Let's be honest. Within the rural Vale, there's inequality in terms of facilities. So it's not just urban versus rural. It is actually within our villages where we haven't developed some villages, and perhaps town and community councils, or in this case, community councils, need to do a little bit more. Perhaps from 2027, they will. People know where I stand on it, and apparently it's controversial, but I think we should be looking after ourselves a little bit more. And devolution of more services down to community councils is important, but of course not many people want to become a community councillor, and there are increasing barriers to join community councils. And I think when I last heard, there were 24 vacancies on town and community councils in the Vale, as people are giving up, and reshaping services hasn't happened quickly enough. In fact, it couldn't move any more slowly. Anything that moves more slowly is the climate emergency, unfortunately. So I've spoken about this before, and I've been silenced on this before, but if we didn't have the plan, would we not be trying to be the best council we were going to be? What value does this plan actually add? Is it just empty words? I would say yes. And I think Ruba, I completely agree with everything she says. And it's like, we want to do this, but are we actually going to deliver? And it's great talking about it, but it's a little bit still wishy-washy. And I just want to sort of say it's not the officers, it's the political leadership. And often we are too busy dealing with things that we don't really want to be dealing with. Issues, and I think the cabinet sometimes feel a little bit embattled. I feel embattled sometimes here. And we're not being the best that we could be amongst ourselves, because we've got these issues. Stephen Haynes spoke, and I totally agree with him in terms of we're building houses. And this sort of comes back to what Christine said. We're building more and more suburbia without the facilities. We do the worst public art. It's dreadful. The playgrounds aren't great. Community buildings are iffy wherever, but then again, it's all lack of funding. And when we're not doing placemaking, I'm glad we signed up for the placemaking charter, but we really have to implement it and really think about it carefully. We've got 2 commercial bus services, and the bus services are poor. We are struggling. We need huge investment in public transport as well as active travel. Again, I look at this document and I don't see the real. I heard what George Carroll says, and I disagree with him. And I'll probably vote against this, but for very different reasons to George. But it's also good to hear George's different point of view, and it's always good to listen to people with opposite opinions. Because I think we need to have more diversity, having travelled the world, and be much more welcoming. So that is why, as I sit in my room here all by myself, talking to the screen, assuming you're all listening, I do like being over there with you guys in real life. Yeah, as a council, as individuals who are elected to represent our communities, we don't spend enough time talking to one another. And there was the motion a few meetings ago about us being politer to one another. Also needs people outside, unelected people, to be a little bit nicer and kinder to us. But we need to talk to one another cross-party instead of being in isolations, and work out what the best future is. Because there's some very talented people there on the cabinet and not on the cabinet. And if you're not on the cabinet, you're not influencing as much as you could if you were. So perhaps the cabinet members could actually start reaching out to other members and talking with us.
Could you sum up, please, Councillor Perry, at 5 minutes? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll just call it there. So yeah, but do feel free to pick the phone up if you're a member of the Vale Council, like myself, and have a chat about what the world might look like in the future.
Thank you,
Deputy
Councillor
Mayor.
Perry. Can I ask all members to treat every member with respect and courtesy, please? Thank you. I think this needs to be taken to a vote. Sorry, Councillor Burnett, sorry about that.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of comments, really. This plan may have been led by the executive, but it is a corporate plan. Once we are elected, we are members of this council. And I know that many won't agree, but for me, politics provides a framework, not a straitjacket. You do not have to walk through these doors and be obnoxious and objectionable to your colleagues on this council. We've heard about improving productivity. I think it's worth noting that many of the services that we deliver, it's unlikely that we would find anyone else to do so. And even if we did, at huge cost. Our residents need to know that their elderly relatives will be cared for when they need us. The people of the Vale need to know that we care about the environment as much as they do. We care about communities. We have to build properties because people need homes. And we have a sizable challenge in terms of providing homes for people. We have young people that cannot live in their neighbourhoods. And we need to make sure that those places that are built are of good quality. And particularly if they are places that we build, they will be homes for life. Councillor Haynes talked about St Athan and the challenges. And what I would say there is back in, I think it was 2016, when we started doing community mapping in our communities, and we developed a community mapping toolkit. It's still on the website. And while the place work that's ongoing at the moment is actually in response to Welsh Government policy, and there is funding from Welsh Government for the 4 main towns, the community mapping toolkit, which was used, it was piloted for the first time by St Athan people. And that is actually still on our website with the outcomes of it. And that actually helped to devise, to designate some play areas, etc. And the people of St Athan got together and worked with the toolkit. And there's no reason why local members, whether Councillor Haynes or anyone else, can't get a copy of that toolkit and talk to their own communities. I totally agree with what Councillor Goodjohn said, and similarly with Councillor Johnson. But I think in terms of the scrutiny proposals, they are coming out to members, and there will be more discussions about what is the best way forward. But what I will say is that at the moment, the talents, and there are lots of talents, experience and expertise amongst our members of all political parties, are not being fully used. And by amending the way in which we scrutinise policy or catalyse future policies, we can do better, can't we? And that is the proposal behind this. So why have we chosen to do this? And I think that Ruben said this very well, is it's because what people in the Vale have told us. Through Life in the Vale, through the consultation on this, people have told us. Through the feedback in the panel performance assessment, our partners have told us what they want to do, and we want to work in partnership And what I will say is it is an ambitious plan. But if we really are bothered about our local people in the Vale, why would it be anything different? And I can look from here and see an awful lot of people with their council lanyards round their necks. And this has got ambitious, because we are. It's got proud. I'm proud to be a member of this council. Our research tells us, and the panel assessment tells us, that
Leader,
our
could you
staff,
wrap up,
yeah,
please?
I will.
Thank you.
Are proud to work for this organisation, and through this we want to be open and we want to be together. For that, I reconfirm my support for this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Do we need to take this to a vote? Okay, I'll take you over to Chief Exec.
Okay.
Hopefully the system's working now.
Vote set up. Yeah, and if any member have any problems with their microphone, if they can alert us, and we'll do the same again. Apologies. So again, same. If you're in favour of the corporate plan, Vale 2030, it's plus. If you're against, it's a minus. If you want to abstain, it's the middle button, and for and against if you're at home. Okay, vote's open, and I'll give you a warning when the vote's about to close. Okay, vote is closing. So, Councillor Wilson?
In favour.
Councillor John? In favour. Councillor Burnett? Okay, thank you. So we'll display the vote. 34 in favour, 13 against, no abstentions. So that vote is carried.
Thank you. So that report is approved. Agenda item 11C. Reference from the Cabinet Capital Strategy and Investment Programme 25-26 to 29-30. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mayor. The report sets out the Council's proposed strategy for 25-26 and for as the 5-year final capital programme from 25-26 through to 29-30, and that's detailed at Appendix 2. The capital strategy looks at the longer term view of the Council's capital investment strategy and identifies the priority areas and also the external factors that may need to incur capital expenditure. Available capital resources are difficult to predict over a long period, as the level of capital funding provided by Welsh Government is normally advised on a year-by-year basis. And the priority areas of spend change over time. Capital receipts are also difficult to predict, given the uncertainty of the current economic climate. It's an argument that's well rehearsed, but the Council is facing significant pressures in relation to price inflation and the cost of living crisis, which has seen the increases in the costs of materials and labour, and this has had an impact on the current schemes within the capital programme and the funding available to fund new schemes. On the 20th of February, Welsh Government announced a final 2025-26 general capital funding settlement, and the amount awarded to the Council is 7.6 million, slightly over really, being made up of 4.22 million grant and 3.37 million of supported borrowing. That's an increase of 620,000 from the previous year's capital funding of 6.986. We haven't had any further indications from Welsh Government, so we've assumed that from next year onwards the level of capital funding will be flatlined at 7.6 million and will then remain constant for the remainder of the period of the programme. Summary of the programme and how it's funded is given in the report. The total value of capital schemes over the next 5 years is over £434 million, which is pretty substantial. This includes 15.6 million for the Band B Sustainable Communities for Learning programme, and that doesn't include pipeline schemes. So as pipeline schemes are added, that will increase. And also a pretty stunning 233.8 million for the housing improvement programme. The funding table also highlights the unsupported borrowing requirement for implementing the programme, which is 206 million, and 176 million is in relation to the housing improvement programme. Since we've looked at the draft proposals in January, several amendments were made to the final 5-year capital programme, which included things like slippage, etc. Welsh Government has confirmed it's making revenue support available to councils to enable authorities to consider borrowing to undertake highways works, and I know that Councillor Wilson would be really pleased that on the basis of using the Local Government Borrowing Initiative, a figure of 2.699 million has been included within the 2025-26 capital programme, and 1.799 million for 2026 for highway works. On top of that, the council was advised in 2023, and as I mentioned earlier, that the council's been awarded a grant from the UK Government's Levelling Up Fund totalling 19.785 million, and there's a 2 million match funding requirement on that, and that is for the separate piece of work, which, if approved, will be used to fund the refurbishment of the docks office, the construction of a new Barry Water Sports Centre, the development of a linear park and a marina, and subsequent facilities and infrastructure. The validation process is now underway with UK Government, with revised funding profiles submitted. A full breakdown of asset renewal budgets is available at Appendix 2. So it's come to us today for approval, and the recommendations before us is that Council approve the Capital Strategy 2025-26 as set out in Appendix 1. That Council approve the final capital programme for the years 2025-26 to 2029-30 as set out in Appendix 2. 3, that Council approves that officers have the authority to via 10,000 or below between schemes that are already approved within the 5-year capital programme. And finally, that hang on, I'm just thinking, I don't know if I need to do that one. Oh, sorry, that full council approves that the Chief Executive and the Head of Finance Section 151 officer, in consultation with the Executive Leader and Cabinet Member for Performance and Resources, are given delegated authority to make additions, deletions or transfers to or from the, and then there's numbers 1 to 9 below that. And I would move as laid out. Thank you.
And I'll second those recommendations.
Councillor Johnson, sorry.
Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And to the leader, Plaid Cymru Group is happy to support the capital strategy, which we have before us. Of course, the majority of this money belongs to the building of new council houses in Vale of Glamorgan, which is an ambition that we support, or which was allocated for paying for new schools and the renovation of schools in future. It's once again something that we do support. Of course, there are a number of extra details that Councillor Cooper will ask a specific question on one of the schemes or plans in Barry later on in the questions. One thing which is difficult for us is the fact that Welsh Government is only providing confirmation for the capital funding from year to year, so the 6.8 million for the next year. So hopefully we will be able to have a conversation later on again, probably. Hopefully this will also become a multi-year fund to support us with better planning in future. Because being made aware just weeks before the new financial year, the final settlement is problematic each year. We should have more forewarning how much money we will have available to us in the following year. Thank you.
Leader, could you turn your camera off, please?
Oh, sorry.
Don't worry. Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just want to say that, you know, this agenda item, obviously my portfolio falls under this, the housing improvement programme, and how much, you know, we sort of rely on the council and its other housing associations for providing new homes for our people who have been homeless or in housing need. And I just think, you know, over the last year, what we've achieved, you know, so we'll be completed over 82 much needed new homes by the end of March 2025. Additionally, Council will have completed 90 units of temporary accommodation in Lantwick Major, where the residents there have settled in quite nicely in the in modern methods of construction properties that they're living in. And also, you know, sort of, we're actually going into partnership with the Cardiff Council as well to build more properties, which is, you know, a really fantastic thing. We're realising, you know, that working in partnership, you can probably be able to build them at a cheaper price because you can actually get more for your money and stuff like that as well. So I just think that this, you know, it's a really important document for me to see this capital strategy, to see what we're going to be doing in providing new homes for our residents who desperately need somewhere to live that is up to Welsh housing quality standards, and whether that's retrofitting for our old properties or the new properties that we are building, you know, that these people will have somewhere decent to live that's a fair price as well, because as we all know, the private housing market can be quite unaffordable for a lot of people. So to actually have more council houses being built that are reasonable rent, so that people can actually live the lives that they want to live, which we've just talked about in the last agenda item of what we want to do, you know, to provide people with, you know, a place that's where they want to live in the Vale of Glamorgan, where they get help with schools, education, that they get a good start. You know, it doesn't matter where you start, but it's, you know, the actual support that you can get, and that includes a decent place to live. Because if you've got a decent place to live, that is your first stepping stone to actually being able to be successful within society. So, yes, I'm really happy with this. So I just wanted to say, you know, I'm looking forward to the 132 million of capital investment over the next 5 years to ensure the continued expansion and acceleration of council's house building, I can't even say it, house building ambitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. No hands raised, therefore the report is approved. Move on to agenda item 11D, reference from Cabinet Treasury Management and Investment Strategy 25-26, an update for 24-25. Councillor Burnett. I'll give it a minute for phone to be turned off. Hopefully it's not an important call you're missing.
No, it's just my daughter.
Okay.
Where I am.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mayor. I just noticed that when we were doing the Treasury management report that there was a mass exodus, but hopefully people will be back soon. I mean, this is a regular report, and it is an essential report because how we manage our money and how we demonstrate our financial sustainability is crucially important. And this report contains a number of particular areas. It endorses the interim report that we previously had, and there are a couple of appendices with some sort of particular areas in it. The report provides an update on the Council's Treasury management operations for the April to December period last year. And I think it's good to note that all activities were in accordance with the Council's approved strategy on Treasury management. I think most members, I hope most members, will have attended the recent Treasury management training that we organise every year before this goes to governance and audit, where it was given a clean bill of health. But if we look at first of all the hang on, I need to get my. If we look at first of all the interim report strategy for 2024-25 review and the updated prudential indicators for the 31st of December, that is included at Appendix 1, and there are a few policy changes as of the 31st of December. And first was that there was technical implementation of the IFRS 16 accounting standard regarding the Council's leasing liability. There was also a revision of method of calculations of the Council's minimum revenue position, which we discussed earlier. In terms of capital expenditure, there was revised estimate for 2024-25 of 81.39 million, and that included IFRS 16. Table 2 talks about the sources of capital financing. There, in terms of borrowing, the report outlines the total external borrowing as of 31st of December at about 153.8 million borrowed at average rate of 4.26. And there's new external borrowing, 20 million, was borrowed from the Public Works Loan Board during the first 9 months of 24-25, and with an additional 2 million of new borrowing from a local authority at a rate of 4.65 for 3 years. In terms of investments, the Council invested with the Debt Management Deposit Facility, local authorities, money markets and Lloyds Bank call account, and our total investments at the end of the year stood at 15.915 million, and that was at an average rate of 5.09 over the 9-month period. In terms of prudential indicators, a detailed presentation, as we said, was of the Council's updated prudential indicators as of the end of December can be found in Appendix 1 as required by the December 21 Code of Practice. In terms of Appendix 2, that covers Treasury management strategy, minimum revenue provision and investment strategy. And the main subject matter that it covers are things along the lines of reporting requirements, and that's related to the SIPFA Code of Practice, statutory prudential and Treasury indicators detailed in the strategy, Treasury management training, and that's a summary of the training needs for officers and council members. The economic background, a summary of market conditions affecting UK economy for the period under review. The prospect for interest rates and the balance sheet projections. It also includes capital expenditure, which for us is estimated at 106.7 million for 25-26. The borrowing, and I think it's worth mentioning that the Council still maintains an under-borrowed position, and it actually then goes through. I won't go through it because we've all been looked at the training or attended a committee talking about this. It talks also about the estimated external debt, the estimated capital finance requirement as of the end of March 25, estimated consolidated rate on all borrowing requirement, estimated borrowing requirement for the period, and that we were talking about the capital budget for, that's 2025-26 through till 2029-30, which is estimated at 276.5 million, and that includes 49 million of replacement borrowing for maturing debt, and then it also covers the minimum revenue provision, which I said we dealt with at the beginning of this meeting as a reference from Governance and Audit Committee. It also covers the Council's investment strategy, and I think it's worth repeating again that we are a prudent council. We might be ambitious in some things, but we're not ambitious with people's money. We are very careful with people's money. We're ambitious for making it work for us, but we're not going to be silly. And the Council's primary objectives for the investment of its surplus funds are to protect the principal sums invested from loss and to ensure liquidity. Investment income is important to us, but it's actually a secondary objective, and we need to state that. So the report also talks about the types of places we would therefore place our investments to make sure that was covered. Appendix 3 also deals with the Treasury management policy statement, and which is conducted within the Chartered Institute of Public Finance and Accountancy's Treasury management in the public service in the public services. For most people, that's referred to as a SIPFA code of practice. So it's for this time of year, it's a fairly standard report. It reflects our ongoing prudence in terms of finances, and that we are in the place to deliver the corporate plan or the capital programme that we have laid out. So the recommendations before us today are that Council approve the revised policy for making minimum revenue provision for 2024-25 onwards, but that is the one that we've already agreed, but we can reconfirm that, and that Council approves the proposed 2025-26 Treasury Management Investment Strategy, including the following specific resolutions, which were detailed in Appendix 2, and they are laid out under recommendations and over the report. And then also that in recommendation 6, it's that Council approve the Treasury Management Policy Statement set out in Appendix 3, and I would move.
And I'll second those recommendations.
Thank you, Leader. I see no hands raised, so the report is approved. Moving on to agenda item 11E, reference from Cabinet draft budget. Some people are asking for a little break. Are people happy with a quick 5 minutes? It is 12 minutes past 9. We'll reconvene at prompt at 16, 4 minutes. Go. 1 minute warning, everyone. 1 minute warning.
You want some more? Want some more?
Okay, are we all back in the room, everyone?
He's just using.
Okay,
Where she is.
she can come back in.
Yeah.
Oh, Rob's back. Look, we want to carry on.
Okay, agenda item 11.
Did say 16.
Councillors, please be seated. We are reconvening. Okay, are we ready? Thank you. Agenda item 11. Reference from Cabinet Draft Budget 25-26. A medium-term financial plan 25-26 to 29-30. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mayor. This report sets out the Council's draft budget for 2025-26 and also the medium-term financial plan for 2025-26 through to 29-30, which is here for us today for final approval. The Council's approach, as we've discussed regularly, is to managing its finances and setting its budget is set out in the financial strategy which we agreed back in July of last year, and with the key consideration being the delivery of the Council's objectives as set out in its corporate plan, as we have just agreed. The new 2025 to 2030 corporate plan, or Vale 2030, has been developed alongside the budget, and it's key to the allocation of resources within it. The Council undertook a 4-week consultation period on the budget for consultation, with the proposals also being considered by the Council's scrutiny committees, with Corporate Performance and Resources Scrutiny Committee tasked with reporting back, and that feedback is held within the report. There was a marked increase in response to the Council's consultation, with 770 responses. I think we have to say that in common with many councils across both Wales and England, we are experiencing significant financial pressures across social care, and that's both children and adults services. School finances, especially in relation to additional learning needs, as well as pay awards and home to school transport, where the costs have risen exponentially. We were very fortunate because it made a huge difference that the new Westminster government recognised the pressures, and there was a favourable UK government at the end, a UK settlement at the end of October 2024, followed by a similarly favourable provisional settlement from Welsh Government of 3.3% on the 10th of December 2024. Because I think we need to remember what we were facing if that hadn't happened. And we were looking at not far off a flatline budget if the predictions were at that time were carried out. However, as is faced by us, by our residents, everyone, while it was a favourable settlement, it did fall short of what we needed to sustain. So the council were actively lobbied for an increase in the overall level of support and a funded floor, and we lobbied, whether it be at Welsh or UK level, to anyone that would listen. And the final settlement on Thursday, 20th of February, was that the funded floor would rise to 3.8% from an additional level of funding. That made a difference of about £1 million to us. And as I said when we brought the draft budget, that if there was an increase in budget from Welsh Government, then we would hope to pass that through to our residents, which fits in with the feedback that we had from them. There's also additional funding of 30 million nationally for social care pathways, social care, and as we mentioned, highway maintenance management, local government borrowing incentive scheme. But we need to be cautious as future prospects at the moment are remaining low, as the UK government is not performing hugely well at present. We need to be mindful that the council is the second lowest funded council per head of Wales, and spends significantly above its notional formula needs assessment for education and social services. So we actually invest more in education and social services. The council, nevertheless, we're the third lowest spend per head in Wales. We are again very careful with the amount of money that we spend. But I think the other thing that we do need to be mindful of is that the council tax is also low. If we look at the 2024-25 council tax, this year's council tax, we are 5.3% below the Welsh average in council tax. And what that means in terms of what we can spend, and this is a choice that we make as a council, is if our council tax was at a Welsh average, we would have about £5.5 million more to spend on services. And that is a choice that we have to make. An increasing amount of the council's resources are spent on schools and social care, and that's gone up now to about 71% of our budget. And it's well rehearsed the level of financial pressures that we have faced. But we felt that with the increased funding from Welsh Government that we could deliver a balanced budget with an increase of 1% less than we had originally proposed, and actually have a council tax increase of 5.9%. That is well below the Welsh average council tax increase that we're seeing this year, probably in about the bottom third of council tax increases. There still remains a gap of over 8 million, closer to 9 million. And so, as we have discussed in various scrutiny committees, we will be using a mixture of reshaping and savings initiatives, doing things differently, reviewing current practice and looking to deliver on that. And back in October, we published a reshaping prospectus, which members would be very well aware of. There are equality impact assessments, that word again, in place for all budget proposals, and individual assessments against all of the reshaping and saving proposals. The initial focus has been on this year, but there has been progress in developing programmes of reshaping and transformation across the medium plan. And we hope that as UK and Welsh Government move more towards a multi-year settlement, we will actually be able to plan into the longer term. I know it's always a point of discussion. The Council's reserves have been under review and the report sets out an updated position. Reserves continue to be held against statutory obligations, capital commitments, known risks, and to support reshaping and transformation. So we can have a discussion of reserves if wished. And then finally, if you have a look at Appendix F, the Section 151 officer is required to assess the robustness of estimates and adequacy of reserves. This assessment highlights the risks associated with managing social care demand and delivery of the savings programme. So that is a basic overview, but I think what I would say is this report or this budget increases the amount of funding that is going into our schools by £8.7 million next year. This report increases the amount of funding that is going into social care to our most vulnerable by £10.2 million. It is a budget that matches the risks we face, but it also matches the corporate plan that we have just agreed. And I would move the budget. Thank you.
And I'll second that and reserve the right to speak.
Councillor Johnson.
Diolch yn fawr, ma.
Thank you very much, Mayor, or Deputy Mayor. I'd like to begin by saying a big thank you to the staff for the long and complex work preparing this year's budget. It's quite a piece of work. Unfortunately, in spite of a number of statistics by the leader there, there's little to welcome, with spending increases on on-demand services such as social services and education, and cut to non-statutory visible services. Last year, the Labour Party won the Westminster election on the slogan of change, but there's no change in the way the Westminster and Parliament funds under Labour local government. Indeed, I heard the leader several times last week in Cabinet and tonight referring to the era of austerity, and it's not over. And obviously we're expected to provide services without receiving enough money to deliver them, and the ambition that the Council has. Now, with Labour in power in Westminster, the Senedd and here in Vale of Glamorgan, there's nowhere to hide from their responsibility for the current situation. I would like to congratulate the WLGA on their efforts to secure a better outcome in the final settlement, which has seen success, as was the case last year, to undo some of the adverse impact of the funding formula. I agree with the decision to use the extra funding from the final settlement to reduce the council tax burden by 1%. It's something that I've previously advocated for when the final settlement was greater than initially anticipated at the beginning of the process. But this shows two things. One is the fact that extra money was available from Welsh Labour government, and one is the gulf or gap between the money available and the money needed in no less than one of the largest economies of the world. A couple of points in relation to methodology which became clear in the process this year. Ordinarily, the Corporate Resources Committee is the one that leads on scrutiny process, gathering the evidence and recommendations before reporting back to Cabinet. This year, key matters of discussion of the other four committees could not be discussed at an overview committee. Agreement is, or confirmation is required in advance if there is to be an oversight committee responsible for gathering recommendations, discussing major issues and forwarding findings to Cabinet or not. It was a difficult meeting for us because things couldn't be discussed in a great depth before sending the recommendations on. This is something for us to consider when discussing future reorganisation of scrutiny. Also, it no longer makes sense for us to include the Fire and Rescue Service as part of the funds collected by the Council. Since the Labour government in Cardiff abolished the scheme of governance, including councillors, the funding is separate, and this should be allocated in the same way as the town and committee councils or the police commissioner, with an independent process to scrutinise the expenditure. Remember that almost all of the councillors on the fire authority were Labour too, including 2 from Vale of Glamorgan. In the past, I've asked for a presentation about the service at the Safe Homes and Communities Committee, but apparently this is not part of its remit. So why are we taking responsibility as a council for this? 8.5 million is being spent on the fire service this year, including a £450,000 increase, without an opportunity for us to scrutinise in any sensible way at the local level. There are a number of figures in the document in front of us, but one that is of interest is the spending comparison with local authorities across Wales. One that is striking is the spending on roads. Now, I don't usually highlight the activities of our Vale of Glamorgan MP, but I applaud his pothole patrol campaign. I salute his honesty, pointing out that the Vale of Glamorgan Council makes the least per capita expenditure on its roads. With friends like this, who needs enemies? He's also quick to highlight proposed funding for Barry from Westminster Government, which highlights this council's shortcomings, such as the plan to close the main car park in the centre of Barry or the closure of community centre if there's no way to transfer it to local people. It's also worth noting the money allocated to Barry by Jocelyn Davis as Deputy Minister for Regeneration almost 15 years ago, over 10 million for 3 years. Quite a bit better, I must say. Within the document, we understand that the amount of money coming to us in order to pay additional national insurance is unclear. Apologies. 5 minutes. So the questions around the budget remain, but tonight is the last opportunity to do this. It's a political decision to put money into other services and let local residents fill the gap. And because of that, Plaid Cymru will not support the budget tonight. Thank you.
Diolch. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. This budget is a reflection of this Labour Council's appalling financial mismanagement. Once again, residents are being asked to pay more for less, and I'm sorry to say that this is a sign of a clear failure of leadership. As we know, this council is considering plans to introduce new car parking charges. It's removing litter bins. Waste collections are increasingly unreliable, and as Councillor Johnson just referred to, the Vale's new Labour MP is taking matters into his own hands regarding road resurfacing. I would be interested to hear the leader's comments on that and as to why she thinks that her Labour colleague considers that necessary. Now, people are paying more for worse services, and so I have to ask this question: why is this happening? And the answer is simple. This Labour administration is focusing on the wrong things. It's not focused on its core purpose, which is delivering services. Money is spent on things like bureaucratic waste and, yes, DEI. And at this point, I would refer to Councillor Cave's comments, which I actually believe were the best contribution on the item relating to the corporate plan, because she talked of the term equality. These are words that are often thrown around, and they're a good way to virtue signal, but you need to actually look at the impact of your decisions, and it's quite clear that this budget is going to fail local people. They're going to get worse services, and they're going to be asked to pay more for them. Now, the authority is under this budget proposing to hike council tax by 5.9%. Now, this is, as the leader highlighted, 1% lower than the initial 6.9% that was proposed. There was a backlash to that. But in January, CPI inflation sat at just 3%. The Welsh Government settlement is higher than that. So we now need to ask the question, why are residents facing an excessive rise? Are they supposed to be grateful for a marginally lower increase than was proposed initially? The simple reality is this: the tax rise is unnecessary, but it's happening because this authority is failing to manage its finances properly. Now, I've raised the issue of productivity many times in recent months, both at the Council's Corporate Performance and Resources Scrutiny Committee and also again this evening. And it doesn't seem to be being taken seriously enough. It's almost been dismissed. But being able to make the most of the resources that are available to you, to provide services efficiently, to invest in new technology that can help ensure that we can provide better services in a more efficient way. That's something that those in power should be exploring. And if you are dismissing productivity, and I will choose my words carefully, I would just urge you not to, and to actually think about the improvements that improved productivity would bring. Because productivity and value for money are absolutely relevant to this budget. But the fact that there doesn't seem to be a recognition of that by this authority is deeply regrettable and explains the mess that we're in. Now, the authority has lost control of its finances, and a full change in administration is required to deliver that. In the short term, perhaps the authority could mitigate the damage by using its reserves to keep council tax down. But it's important to recognise that this council tax rise isn't necessary. It's a reflection on Labour's failure to manage this authority and its finances properly. It's not something that I can support, and it's not something that the Conservative group will be supporting either. We shall be voting against.
Councillor Franks.
Thank you. I was very interested to hear the leader make reference to the fact that we're really underspending by, or under-resourced by £5.5 million if you average it up. Well, surely the responsibility for that is the total failure of this administration to influence Welsh Government to give us a fairer settlement. We have a Labour/Independent council and a Labour Welsh Government and a Labour UK Government.
Very sorry, Councillor Franks. Councillor Burnett, do you have a point of clarification, personal explanation?
Yes, Mayor, if I could make a point of clarification. The reference to 5.5 million is not an underspend, it is a deliberate choice. Our council tax is over 5% below the average council tax level for a Band D property. If we were at the average level, if we charged the average level of council tax in Wales, we would have approximately 5.5 million more to spend. So it is therefore a council consideration. You know, we could choose tonight to put our council tax up an extra 5.5% if we wanted to get that extra 5 million. That I'm not saying that that's related to the Welsh Government.
Okay, Councillor Franks.
Thank you. I really don't think that's a clarification at all. Quite simply, we are being, we're not influencing Welsh Government to give us the amount of money that is necessary. I'd like to also echo Ian Johnson's request regarding scrutiny of the fire service. The Vale of Glamorgan Council has really dug its heels in to avoid any detailed scrutiny of the huge amount of money that we as council taxpayers in the Vale allocate to the fire service, which is in a dreadful state in terms of governance. I don't refer to the individual fire officers. Now, to turn specifically to this budget, how robust is it? I recall a year ago we had this budget, we had the debate, and then within a very short period of time, there were £12 million of reserves additionally taken and allocated to social services. So is that going to happen again? I asked, have the impact of the budget cuts been properly considered? It seems to me that there is reasonable grounds to suspect that some figures were just plucked out of the air to make reductions without any consideration to the impact. I think someone has already referred to the scandalous policy of reducing litter bins across the Vale. Now, you as an administration totally failed to convince the public about the value, the robustness of your budget. I think 600 plus residents said that they were not happy to accept the increases, as opposed to about 160 people who were prepared to accept the increases. I hear the ambition regarding reshaping, but so far there has been very little progress in changing matters to make the services more efficient. I have very little confidence that you are going to improve matters.
I think you've muted yourself, Councillor Franks.
Thank you. Thank you. A lot of people try to do that. I shouldn't do it myself, should I? So I'm also concerned that it seems that we are cutting £1.2 million out of the education service in certain areas. I hear claims that we're going to spend more, but there are within the budget cuts of 1.2 million. That is extremely worrying. I also am intrigued that we're spending 1.7 of smoothing reserves. Oh, that's a nice phrase, isn't it? Smoothing reserves. When the opposition suggests we use reserves, we're told you can only spend it once. That's irresponsible. But here we go. £1.7 million coming out. How much longer can we keep on applying such reserves?
Councillor Franks, you're on 5 minutes. So if you could wrap up, please. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Bearing in mind, we have taken £12 million out of this current financial year. Thank you, Chair, for your indulgence.
Councillor Goodjohn.
There we go. Okay. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So I hear the points made by everyone today. First off, Councillor Franks's point about lobbying Welsh Government. Well, it's been already stated that we got an extra £1 million from the previous settlement, the draft budget. So that's additional money. Okay. We say we can't lobby Welsh Government. We literally just did, and we got an extra £1 million, and the council tax is not rising as much because of that. Okay, fine. So people may ask, why are you voting for this budget if all these terrible things are happening that's been stated by Conservatives? Well, at the end of the day, they said that you're getting less for more. Well, we're increasing funding by 8%, and we're putting up council tax by 5.9%. You're literally getting more for less. When it comes to inflation, which was previously mentioned, the real rate, I despise council tax. It's one of the most regressive taxes in the country and it needs reform. However, in real terms, council tax is going up 2.9%, as said. Meanwhile, schools, even if you take out the cuts that was mentioned by Councillor Franks, in real terms is increasing by 6%. The increase to social services, I believe, is in the region of 7% as well. So, in fact, Councillor Carroll was in corporate performance with me, and he was able to quiz civil servants as to why this was proposed. And the reason this was proposed, he stated it was because of an ageing population, meaning that we need more money for social care to care for our elderly, which is ageing. And secondly, it's because of the increase in children who need ALN, disabled children, that we're supporting. That's why the increase is happening. And he stated it himself. So at the end of the day, when I vote for this budget, that's what I'm voting for, because at a general election, people voted to improve public services, to improve funding for public services. And people have taken badges at Westminster today, and that's fine by me. I'm not in Westminster, but at the end of the day, people voted for the end of austerity and the improvement of public services. That's what I'm voting for today. That's why I'll be voting for the budget.
Thank you, Councillor Goodjohn. Councillor Hooper.
Thanks, Deputy Madam Mayor. And I'm going to be brief because I'm sure we all want to go home. There's a couple of points I want to make. The first one is that in this budget, there's some baked in figures about car parking. Now, we've all been through the car parking fiasco that this council decided to try out with the residents. And there was a backlash and the council have reconsidered some of it, which is good to see. But it's not everything. So we've got 2 car parks that are in the Vale, one of which is, 3 car parks, 2 of which are in my ward, on the Knapp seafront and the Bronham Moor car park, where charges are going to be introduced without any consideration of the impact that will have on the businesses that are there, without any consideration for the impact of other local streets around there where the people will be moved into places that aren't charging. There's a wider point here as well, which I think a number of people have made today, that this budget and the wider the medium-term plan, austerity remains baked in to this budget, and that's a reflection of the government in Westminster, the Labour government, the government in the Senedd, our Welsh Labour government, and the administration here. This is a continuation of austerity, and to suggest it's something different is a hoax, frankly, and something that we shouldn't be doing. To final point, and just picking up on Councillor Goodjohn's point, to suggest that 2.9% is the real figure and you can just take off inflation is frankly ludicrous. What that assumes is that people have been getting the same pay rises to match inflation, which we know isn't the case. 5.9% is real. It's real for every resident who's having to pay for it. And whilst I'm grateful for the difference, the 1% that's gone down in this council tax this year, because anything would be an improvement, that wasn't anything to do with the lobbying. We haven't got any Lib Dem members in this room, but they'd be claiming credit for that. That was one single member who the government needed to get their budget through, and they lobbied for it, nobody else. So I think we've got to be really serious about what we're talking about. Councillor Johnson's already made the point that our group won't be supporting this budget, and I fully endorse that view. Thank you.
Councillor Burnett, did you want to come back in?
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, I'm so sorry, I've
Hang
missed
on.
Councillor Hodges. My fault. Sorry, but Councillor Burnett.
God bless you, Madam Deputy Mayor. We've heard a few comments about Westminster, and it's quite refreshing to hear Labour members actually despairing, I think, of the start that the new government is making in terms of the economy and its effect on people. We won't talk about winter fuel cuts, we won't mention that. But I will mention the forthcoming 700,000 more people expected to go into poverty due to cuts into the disabled. This is austerity plus. And you say, well, hang on, we should be talking about council matters. Well, these are our people, and these are people that we will be expected to take up the slack on even more in caring for them, with the being thrown in the gutter like they are by the government. And I'll make a final point about the extra million. I'm always grateful for extra money. Lobbying Welsh Government, got an extra million. That's nice. I have to say, of having an AM, or now a member of the Senedd, an MS, for 25 years in the shape of Jane Hutt, has done us no favours. We've had little benefit from it all those years as a minister in positions of power, of positions of, influence, and I've seen very little influence coming our way. I won't go on about, yes, I will. I will mention the fact that we haven't got an A&E department in this county. When she was Minister of Health, that we've had schools still with issues, and she was a member, the minister in charge of education. And now she's a whip. She does that well, but, had to rely on a Liberal Democrat abstaining, not supporting the budget, but abstaining in order to get it through. I think you are seeing a Welsh Government that is struggling to come to terms with the realities of the issues that are being foisted upon us in Wales from Westminster, and it's got to change. And I have troubles with this budget, but I'm not going to have much faith in the supposed opposition leadership here tonight, where inevitably they will throw a figure that will halve the figure that is being put forward. That's voodoo economics. It doesn't work, they do it all the time, and it's disingenuous. And I'll leave it there.
Councillor Perry. Please can we show respect to every member who has an equal right to speak? Thank you.
Okay, hi everybody again. Yeah, I need to have a look on eBay later to see how much bureaucratic waste does cost. Although I do sympathise when we have a lot of money spent on things like corporate plans, which perhaps is not frontline, points of view. I agree very strongly with Nick Hodges there, and we are still living in a time of austerity. We, as I said earlier, we are still celebrating an increase in billionaires, an increase in millionaires, and we are seeing rises in poverty. And yet, what do? Do we tax the wealthy? No, we point at the least wealthy on the planet, and we cut overseas aid, much of which we actually benefit from because we buy our own stuff with the aid. So it doesn't really go to benefit to the extent that we believe, but it does pay for vaccinations, which help to keep us all healthy because we do travel and we do have air travel, which is perhaps unsustainable. But then we have infectious diseases coming back. We have relatives of people in our own country who are dying prematurely for the lack of insulin and other basic medical care. And yet it becomes politics to cut those people off who can't afford things. And then if they leave and come here, then we don't like it, apparently. And we shout at them coming across on boats, or for the cost of an insulin jab or something. So, yeah, it is. In terms of raising council tax, it's a regressive tax. And the people at the bottom pay disproportionately more. So if it does go up, and I'll disagree slightly here with Ewan, which is a change tonight, it is going to mean that people who are less well off don't get the same benefit from any spending increase as wealthier people get, because of the nature of this dreadful regressive tax. So we do need to sort of plan ahead and think about how much resource we need for keeping our footways clear, keeping our active travel routes clear. We are obviously struggling. Perhaps there are better, more efficient ways of doing things, and pothole technology is coming on in leaps and bounds, and it seems every 2 or 3 months there's a new technology which is going to reduce the cost of fixing potholes if you can invest in the technology. We've got 2 gutter gullies, 2 gully tankers clean out 24,000 gullies in the Vale of Glamorgan, and then we're also wondering why the roads are flooding, because we've not got enough resource to go and clear them out. There's mud on roads that's not been swept. We're losing litter bins. In the corporate plan, we mentioned litter, or the cleanliness. I think Mark Wilson mentioned cleanliness as part of the corporate plan. Yet you look around anywhere, the A48 Culverhouse Cross, the amount of litter that's piling up. Now, we need to fine people, because it should not be the council's responsibility to clear up after people who are being antisocial and just very inconsiderate of our future, because litter turns into microplastics. It is a big problem, but there doesn't seem to be any plan for tackling litter in Wales, in the UK. Go to Europe and it's spotless in places, absolutely spotless. So what is wrong with our society? So we're going a little bit off topic there. Sorry, Mayor or Deputy Mayor. I'm going to vote against the budget. Of course, being in outside the Labour Party and the Land First political party alliance, because I'm one of the independents here. I'm not really sure that the Land First are independent, because it is a political party, so I wouldn't call them independents. And I do have issue with Chris Franks saying that, and he knows it. So I'll be truly independent and vote against. And I want to thank the officers who do try on limited budgets and share my frustrations that there isn't the resource to actually do what we want to do. And then I hope our MP is watching. Instead of driving around looking at potholes, sort out the funding, go and speak to Mr. Corbyn even. Here I'm going to be very, very left-wing now, and look at new ideas rather than repeating the same old thing of the last 10, 15 years. I think Rachel Reeves has just been copying George Osborne. Well, George Osborne isn't the answer. He never was the answer. He was wrong.
Councillor Perry, you're at 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Oh, thank you very much.
It's almost 10 o'clock, isn't it? Why are we doing this? We shouldn't.
Thank you, Councillor Perry.
I was trying to get at 10 o'clock, but yeah.
You're at 5 minutes now, Councillor Perry.
Okay, I'll go.
Thank you very much.
Go quietly.
Thank you.
Good night.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Anne. I just got a few observations, really. I know that more than once today that Councillor Carroll has mentioned the word productivity. Well, I used to teach that as part of my A-level business studies course on the AS paper. And productivity is basically 2 definitions: output per worker and output per machine. So if you measure that in terms of education, what could that mean? It could mean a very high pupil-teacher ratio. It could be 50 students in a class, 100 students in the class, 40 students in the class. Fortunately, Welsh Government has prescribed them to be illegal numbers. But I'm not sure if the Conservatives was in charge of the Senate, would they do the same? Would they scrap that, for example? Another thing is social workers. Social workers have caseloads. Their caseloads can be very stressful. Do you want to add to their stress? Do you want the impact would mean that less and less people would be seen, that he'd be higher risk to this authority, that Councillor Williams sometimes has trouble sleeping at night. He would never sleep at night if he had that kind of statistics. Do you want to abandon those? Do you want basically nursery provision where there's hundreds of children, maybe with 1 or 2 nursery nurses? I'm sure he doesn't want any of these, but these are definitions of productivity that he could apply. This council is not a sweatshop. I do not want people getting stressed, not coming to work because they can't handle their workload, because they've got to hit some bizarre productivity target. In my area, we are very efficient, extremely efficient, and we are extremely productive. But to be honest, I'll be quite honest here, removing a bin doesn't have the catastrophic impact of someone perhaps not getting the right care that they really need or the right education that they really deserve. That's how we measure it. And that's what we've got to be looking at, or have the home that they really would like to have. And really, I'm just at a loss as to why Councillor Carroll goes on about productivity in this way. The other point I would like to make, of course, is the work that we're doing. We are trying to transform the council. You might have seen we removed something like 160 bins across the Vale of Glamorgan, out of roughly about 1,700 bins. I don't want people to panic. If people have problems getting to a bin, let your local councillor know. Let me know. Let me know.
Councillor Hodges?
Could you tell us about them beforehand? We've removed 2 from my street. You know, can you tell us them beforehand?
I don't think that's a point of order. No, it's not. Point of order is procedural. Anyway, can I continue? Thank you. You received letters, you have, all of you, as you know, about that. And the plan is to transform our bins, mostly into recycling bins, Councillor Hodges, could you please respect me? I respected you when you spoke, okay? So clearly, any member can either come to me, email me, if you've got real concerns, but clearly, you know, we have targets to achieve. I have efficiency targets to achieve, but I want our council to be the most efficient, most effective council, and I believe we are. And I'm very proud to be the Cabinet Member for Neighbourhood and Building Services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we make sure that when someone is speaking that we also listen? Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, there have been quite a number of comments that are put on there. Funny enough, the Fire and Rescue Service, I meant to mention, I mean, while it's under control of commissioners, which is designed to be temporary, there is a challenge in terms of accountability and governance. However, the commissioners do meet with local authority leaders, and I also have separate meetings with the commissioners. I think it's worth actually saying that if we split that off in terms of a precept in the same way as we have, as happens with the Police and Crime Commissioner, we'd be talking about 0.5% less council tax increase. It would still be there, it just wouldn't come under our name. But hopefully there will be news in before too long. I haven't heard anything different, but my expectation is that it will move towards coming out of Commissioner control. I agree WLGA have been doing some excellent work in terms of lobbying. I think I've spoken to at least 2 Senedd committees and various other lobbying things, and actually some very frank discussions. I think I did Housing and Local Government and Finance committees in the Senedd, but also have had various meetings with Cabinet Secretaries, etc. I totally agree in terms of as we go forward with the scrutiny review. I mean, the whole purpose of this is to actually get a better outcome from our scrutiny, rather than just outputs of how many reports they've read or not. You mentioned our local MP, as did Councillor Carroll. Do you know, interestingly, one of the central parts of the corporate plan is working in partnership. And actually, if you look at what our local MP was actually talking about, it also helped to raise awareness of the reporting mechanism that this council uses for reporting potholes. Because if you have to go out and find a pothole before you can actually put it into the system, then it takes up more time. But if actually we get people to report things that they spot, lights not working, things needing repair, potholes, etc., it actually means that we can get on and put them forward for being fixed, rather than having to go and find them in the first place. That's called productivity. I've just worked out what it is. There we are. So in terms of we will do lots of different things, and car parking it was one that was discussed. What I will say is it went to scrutiny as it was determined to. Scrutiny made recommendations. Cabinet have taken those recommendations on board and are looking for further information. That's part of our governance process. So, that's what we have done. I won't make any extra comments on Councillor Hodges' rather unfortunate personal comments. Councillor Carroll thinks we need a change of administration. Well, Councillor Carroll is actually well versed in change of administration. In 2019, he actually got rid of his own by actually destroying their own budget. So I won't take any lessons from what we should be doing as an administration. We've checked. I've already clarified with Councillor Franks in terms of that. Smoothing reserves, we've got a very good definition of that. It's actually for cost pressures that are not going to be permanent. So we will smooth out the rise and the reduction of them, say when they had large scale energy costs. And then just in terms of, and when we're talking about what we spend things on, we spend money on things that we know matter to people. In 2018, note the date, £317,000 spent on potholes. We haven't got this year's figures yet, although they are higher, but in 2023-24 we spent 1.17 million on potholes. So please don't criticise what we spend. And this year, with the local government borrowing initiative, we will be spending even more. So, this budget does what it says. This budget delivers against the corporate plan we've agreed, and I confirm that I move it and support it.
Thank you,
I'll
Councillor
just
Bennett.
formally second that again.
Thank you, Councillor Brooks. Do you have a point of order, Councillor
quick,
Johnson?
Just quickly, Mayor, can we have that recorded vote on this, please?
Okay. Councillor Perry, do you have a point of order? Because you've already spoken.
Yeah, I was just curious that aren't other elected members also reporting potholes, so we don't really need the MP to do it?
That's not a point of order, I'm afraid. Thank you very much. Can I go over to the Chief Exec for the votes? Thank you.
Okay, members, the vote is ready, I think. Like before, if any members have difficulties with their microphones or their sets on their table, let us know, and we will take your vote at the end. You've got your report and the recommendations before you. So in essence, it's plus or a minus if you agree or disagree with the budget propositions. And if you're at home, same for or against. 0 in the middle is for abstaining. So the vote is open, and I'll give you a fair warning when we're about to close the vote. Okay, vote is about to close. So if you haven't cast your vote, okay. And can I take Councillor Wilson?
And support.
Councillor Bennett? And Councillor John?
Support.
Okay, thank you. So we'll display those results on screen. If you've got the actual global totals. The global totals.
The bar chart again.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, need to know if it's carried on.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 25 in favour, 22 against and no abstentions, so the budget is carried.
28 to 22. Because of the 3 extra.
Sorry, 28, 22. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Moving on to agenda item 11F. Before we consider this item, for the benefit of those viewing online, all chief officers except for 2 democratic officers are requested to vacate the meeting. Sorry, are you okay, Councillor Johnson?
Sorry, Mayor. Deputy Mayor, would it not have made more sense to move this to the end of the agenda and therefore not have to deal with people leaving and coming back and forth?
I'm going to stick to it as it is, please. Thank you. So they're requested to vacate the meeting and they'll be notified to return once this item has concluded. Thank you very much. Leader, can you present this reference, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, in effect, the council has a statutory requirement under the Localism Act 2011 to prepare a pay policy statement for the new financial year or for every year. It needs to be approved and published by 31st of March. The document provides a framework for ensuring that employees are rewarded fairly and objectively in accordance with the service needs of the council. So the pay policy has sort of changed incrementally according to the various legislation that that have been required. A couple of the I find the interesting parts that are in it, apart from laying out chief officers' salaries, etc., which people tend to get exercised about, is if you look at paragraph 8 on the gender pay gap, is actually there's been some substantial work there, bringing it down to 3.7%. We had a little bit of a glitch when we lost some senior women officers. And then the other thing that's actually really interesting is pay relativities within the authority. That if you look at private sector, quite often you will see large-scale companies, you will see huge ratios between the top and bottom of the organisation. But if you look at paragraph 12.2, you can say that the multiple between the lowest paid and the highest paid in this organisation is 1 to 6.4. And if you actually look in terms of average chief officer level to the lowest paid employee, it's 1 to 3.1, which is I think, a really encouraging level. So in terms of the pay policy, it's a very straightforward recommendation. It's been to Corporate Performance and Resources Scrutiny Committee. It went there on the 19th of February. And so it's basically come here for approval by full council. And that is simply the recommendation that the pay policy is agreed.
And I'll second that recommendation.
See no hands raised, so the reference is approved. Thank you. We'll take a short 3-minute break while officers return, if that's okay. Coming back at 20 past. Okay, it's 20 past, so we'll get started. Agenda item 12, to set the council tax for 2025-26. Leader, can you present?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Again, it's a very straightforward report that we take annually once we've agreed the budget to set the council tax. And so it's noted, first of all, is the first page lays out the council tax resolution. Then it's looking at the level by council area. The various tables then set out the council tax for the various bands by area, adding in community councils, adding in the police and crime commissioners precept. As we previously mentioned, it doesn't include the fire and rescue service because that's already in the council tax payments. So this is straightforward, and I would just move that we accept this council tax resolution.
And I'll second that.
Councillor Carroll.
Could I request a recorded vote, please?
Councillor Johnson? No? No problem? Can I ask for a vote, please, Chief Exec?
Okay, we're going to just set the vote up. And same as before, plus or minus on your sets on the table in front of you, or 0 if you want to abstain. Yeah, vote is ready.
Councillor Carroll. Okay.
Can you rejoin?
Can you rejoin or put something in the chat? Is he able to do that? Thank you.
Suggest he rejoins.
Yeah, he needs to be in the meeting.
Suggest he rejoins.
Can you rejoin the meeting, Councillor Carroll? Shall we take the vote of the 3 whose buttons aren't working while we're waiting for Councillor Godfrey?
Okay, whilst we wait, can we take your vote, please, Councillor Wilson? In favour. Councillor Burnett? In favour. Councillor John? In favour. Yeah, 3 in favour.
Has Councillor Godfrey managed to get back in? Okay. What do we need to do now, sir?
Freezing. We need to just have the vote finished.
I've not formally stopped it yet. No.
Okay. No, we need to stop the vote then, and we need to display the results, please.
Okay.
So that's 24 plus 3, 27, 20. No abstentions. So that's carried.
So that is carried. Councillor Johnson?
Point of order, just to confirm, did Councillor Godfrey vote then through his machine, or has that been added to the system? And is that the final result then? Thank you.
Amy? I've seen that Councillor Godfrey is now online.
No, we don't believe he did vote, because I don't think he was in the meeting when the vote was concluded.
I think he was just on the screen. Can we take his vote?
Vote's closed.
Vote is closed. Russell Godfrey. Oh,
Sorry,
great.
he did vote.
Russell Godfrey
Yes,
managed to
he
vote.
did vote.
I hope you heard that, Russell. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 13, the urgent decision procedures. Under Article 15.14 of the Constitution, is Council happy to move the use of the urgent decision procedures A to I en bloc? OK, if no dissent, great. The use of the urgent decision procedure for items 13 is noted. Moving on to agenda item 14, member questions. Can we start with number 1? From Councillor Hennessy. I'm aware he's left, but he would like his question to be answered.
Yeah, he was taken ill. I'm sorry, had to leave.
No problem. So regarding Council Tax Department opening times, from Councillor Hennessy to the Leader.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hennessy. The Council Tax Service is open to the public 5 days a week. Thank you.
Question 2, Making Wave project, from Councillor Hooper to the Leader.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hooper. Work continues on the Barry Making Waves project. The project will further enhance Barry waterfront with a new water sports centre, marina, park, and the redevelopment of the historic dock office into a commercial space. While cost challenges are expected in a project of this scale, which is 19.9 million, the Council remains confident that it can be delivered within budget and is working closely with partners to finalise the delivery plan.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Hooper?
Thank you. Can we just, Leader, would you mind just confirming the timescales we're working towards for the finishing of this project, or the starting of this project, actually?
I think, as I mentioned earlier in the meeting, that actually we're just signing off final agreements with UK government, and we also are looking at submitting for planning permission this year. So at the moment, we're working to the prescribed timescales.
Question 3, regarding council property for the under 50s, from Councillor Bruce to Sandra Perks, the Cabinet Member for Public Sector Housing and Tenant Engagement.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Bruce. Thank you for your question. So the Council historically has a significant shortage of single persons dwellings. Just 29% of the housing stock is comprised of one-bedroom accommodation, and taking out sheltered accommodation and properties designated for OAPs means that there are just 310 council homes for single people who are aged below 60. This equates to 7.8% of the council housing stock. There's also a significant number of single people and couples on the housing waiting list requiring one-bedroom accommodation, with 4,120 applicants registered as the 4th of March 25, of which 2,965 are single applicants aged under 60. Consequently, there are significant homeless pressures, and the Council has provided homelessness advice and assistance to over 400 single people during the last financial year. Another issue relates to the local housing allowance and the fact that single people under 35 can't access benefits other than shared room rate, limiting opportunities that might exist in the private rented sector. The Council and RSL partners prioritise a proportion of new dwellings for single persons and couples to increase the stock of accommodation available.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor Bruce, do you have a supplementary? Okay, thank you very much. Question 4, ownership transfers to community centres, from Councillor Franks to the Leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Franks. We haven't yet commenced discussions on the future management arrangements for community centres with the various community centre associations. As might be expected, we've been waiting for the budget to be finalised, and will then engage with them accordingly. Thank you.
Councillor Franks, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, please. Thank you for that, Leader. Surely there's a slight problem that you have allocated, I think, a figure in the draft budget anyway of £50,000 savings. So how can you anticipate such savings if you haven't engaged with the people who will be agreeing or not such transfers?
Thank you, Councillor Franks. I mean, that is an interesting question, but it's one thing that we do every year is that we make our best estimates of what different actions, what the outcomes of various different actions, and it is expected that that is something that would be reasonable to expect. However, it is also we can look at the fact that we have regular reviews of the budget, our budget monitoring reports, which show which savings are being delivered and which aren't. And then we make mitigations to that effect. So, at the moment, we will have conversations with community centres. I would imagine that some are very keen to get up and running as soon as possible. Some may need support. And others might need a great deal of support or actually not be in a position to move forward at all. We'll know that a lot more about that once we've had those conversations. Thank you.
Question 5, regarding diversity, equalities and inclusion officers, from Councillor Carroll to the Leader. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Carroll. I admit I just don't fully understand the purpose of this question. We employ approximately 5,400 people, and all of our colleagues have a responsibility, and that's under the Equality Act 2010 and the Public Sector Equality Duty in 2011. To promote and respect diversity, equalities and inclusion, as it is a legislative requirement. Add to that the 54 councillors who are in a similar position and have a duty to be inclusive when engaging with residents and constituents, and it sort of gives a bit of an idea of the numbers that we're talking about. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. I did ask the Leader for the number of people employed in those roles. Does the Leader have it to hand?
Leader, can you press your button? Thank you. I really don't understand the purpose of this question because, as I said, every single employee of this council is bound by it. We can talk a couple of people in the council's equality team, but actually they have no greater duties apart from filling in statutory responsibilities than every single one of us in this council and in this chamber tonight. So, 5,400 approximate employees plus 54 members. I think you've got your answer there, really. Question 6 regarding business vacancy rates, from Councillor Collins to the Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Collins, for the question. So this is about business vacancy rates. So I think it's worth pointing out that it is just one measure of a town centre's health, of the actual occupancy rates. But our economic development team are working with Data Cymru and the Welsh Government's Smart Towns initiative, looking to develop a broader set of indicators to inform a more comprehensive assessment in the future. So that's a piece of work that's currently underway. However, the current vacancy rates for the 5 recorded town centres, we've got Holton Road on 12%, High Street / Broad Street 8.9%, Llantwit Major 5%, Penarth 4.5% and Cowbridge 14.6%. So those figures, they're obtained annually then as part of the local development plan monitoring process. Cowbridge and Llantwit have deteriorated slightly since the last survey in 2023, but both Barry centres and Penarth have actually improved. So the average vacancy rate for Wales in 2023 was between 16.5% and 17%. So actually, as a town, we are bucking that trend, thankfully. And I think the one thing just to remember around Holton Road is it includes the whole of Holton Road, so it's the top as well as that bottom part as well. So that's the answer. Okay.
Councillor Collins.
It's working now. Thank you for that, Councillor Perks. Matt, I do have a supplement. Sorry, what am I doing? Councillor Brooks, I'm sorry, it's been a long night. Do apologise. Yeah. What do the council plan to do to help fill these empty premises and bring life back to the high streets?
Well, I think that's very much an ongoing piece of work and actually at the forefront of what the Barry Partnership is going to be taking forward in their work around 25-26 to support the town as a whole, but that includes areas like Holton Road, and then alongside that we'll be developing a regeneration plan jointly with the council as part of the recently released plan for neighbourhoods, which obviously was the long-term plan for towns, and that's what it's called now. And that actually includes a 4-year investment programme with a focus on Barry. So this would be very much part of that work as well. So, okay, thank you.
Question 7, the impact of work from home policy, from Councillor Carroll to the leader.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Carroll. If I can just clarify, the council does not have a work from home policy.
Councillor Carroll.
Perhaps I need to rephrase that question. I thought it was self-explanatory as to what I was referring. My question would be then the impacts of people working from home on the council's output.
Could I just get clarification as to whether or not that would qualify as a supplementary?
Separate question.
It's a completely different question.
I've been told it is supplementary.
Fine, thank you. It's difficult to answer a question on a policy that doesn't exist, actually. I think what I would say is what we do have is a hybrid working strategy, which allows line managers and chief officers to work with their teams to determine any hybrid working arrangements. And that is quite often to the council's benefit in terms of having people in the right place at the right time, as well as being able to attract the right people. But actually, I think what I would also add is that a very small number of our staff would actually be eligible for hybrid working. As I mentioned earlier, we employ about 5,400 people, of which nearly 3,000 work in our schools. 800 work in social services and 800 in housing and environment departments, who are out in our communities working to support Vale people day in, day out. Our frontline services, such as our benefits and Contact One Vale teams, also do not operate in a hybrid way. So what I can say is we have in place through our hybrid working policy for those people that it is appropriate for, which is a very small number of our staff, that we can agree working policies, which means that they can work in the best place for themselves and the organisation according to their duties. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 8, regarding the opening of Ysgolion Morgannwg, from Councillor Johnson to the Cabinet Member for Education, Arts and the Welsh Language.
Okay, it is anticipated that the construction at the site of the new Ysgol Iolo Morgannwg will begin in January 2026, following successful tender design, planning and SAB application phases. The current building handover is planned for April 2027.
Councillor Johnson.
Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. I appreciate the response. I appreciate the response, but the original consultation aimed for September 2025 for the opening. So I appreciate having the date, but why was there such a slip in the timescales?
And the answer is, let me lose my glasses as well. The answer is, I don't know. I can find out for you, but that is what I've been provided with happening. So going forward, I'm happy to keep you updated if there's any more slippage.
Question 9 regarding AI intelligence services, from Councillor Carroll to the leader.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Carroll. The Council sees a significant opportunity to utilise AI to enhance service delivery, while ensuring security, safety and ethical considerations remain central to our approach. This is set out within the digital strategy, which is a key part of the reshaping programme, and that is already available, as you would be aware. To enable safe and effective use, we've rolled out AI training for staff and are finalising a campaign, including updated policies to support responsible adoption. Many of the third-party digital tools that are currently used across the organisation, such as Adobe PDF Reader, Figma and Canva, include AI functionality. We support colleagues to safely use these. One area of particular focus is the use of Microsoft Copilot. This allows us to use AI within our Microsoft environment without our data being used for external model training. We're currently undergoing a Copilot readiness assessment supported by the WLGA to identify the changes required for safe implementation. Due to the cost implications, we will conduct trials in carefully selected areas where clear and sustainable value can be demonstrated before considering any wider adoption. Beyond Microsoft, we're actively developing partnerships with vendors to explore AI use cases. We're working with Amazon on trials that go beyond individual applications, aiming to create reusable AI-powered microservices that can be deployed in multiple ways to optimise costs. One of the first implementations will be AI-assisted translation tools, enabling quick and efficient document creation in different languages as well as easy read versions. A proof of concept has been agreed for AI-assisted transcription, report generation and documentation, with social care as the initial use case and work will commence in the next few weeks. Given the time-consuming nature of assessments and report writing, we anticipate significant benefits from this implementation. Following evaluation, we will determine whether to continue with a purchase product, leverage Microsoft solutions or develop an in-house tool, potentially in collaboration with other local authorities. AI opportunities in the contact centre are also being explored. We're taking an iterative approach to ensure AI enhances customer experience rather than creating frustration. Our focus areas include optimising call handling, trialling AI-driven call handling to manage initial stage of the call, deploying automated call handling and chatbots for high-volume, low-value transactions, and developing AI-powered bots across web, messaging and voice channels to handle routine inquiries effectively. A key consideration in our approach is that human interaction often helps identify underlying issues, enabling early intervention. For example, a routine request for a bin collection might reveal a resident in need of additional support, potentially preventing costly health or care interventions. Might also help the person. AI will be used to complement, not replace, this critical aspect of service delivery. Our digital roadmap and strategy prioritises building a secure, scalable infrastructure that enables us to fully harness AI, automation and data insights. Over the next 12 to 18 months, we will implement several changes to ensure long-term digital transformation and service improvements. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank the leader for that comprehensive answer. Perhaps it was written by AI, but in all seriousness, does the leader accept that artificial intelligence presents the authority with an opportunity to improve productivity and deliver a better standard of service and value for money for residents?
Thank you for your praise of the response. I will admit we have some extremely talented people in our IT department who obviously provide support. Those people also will inform the way forward, and as my response has already said, will deliver not only improved performance but also improved support for the people of the Vale. Thank you.
Question 10 regarding council redundancy payments from Councillor Charles to the leader.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Charles. In the past 5 years, the redundancy payments are as follows. In 2019-20, it was £294,833.87. In 2021, it was £90,036.70. In 2021-22, it was £70,056 and no pence. And in 2022-23, it was £57,097 and 10 pence. The last year we have details for is 2023-24, where it was £595,444, 14 pence.
Councillor Charles.
Thank you very much, Leader. Given the amount paid out in redundancies over the last 5 years, is the Council confident that its current redundancy policy is financially sustainable in the long term for the future?
As with everything, Councillor Charles, they are fully assessed for cost versus reason. The one thing you didn't ask was how many positions that affects, because the average or the maximum payment is quite low, really. So we work on a what is more effective for the organisation in terms of redundancy.
Question 11, the costs of flexible retirement policy from Councillor Charles to the leader.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Charles. We're not able to provide a figure in relation to the total cost of this policy. However, I can confirm that all of our flexible working requests are considered and managed within directorate budgets. It's for line managers to plan and manage their resources and teams effectively to meet the needs of our communities within that financial envelope. Thank you.
Councillor Charles.
Once more, thank you, Leader. Will the Council commit to reviewing the financial and operational impacts of its flexible retirement policy to ensure it remains cost effective and beneficial to service delivery?
It is, it's one of those things where you just think, well, actually, I'm not totally sure what you're asking, but I can reassure you that all requests for flexible requirement are considered in line with council policy and often allow the council to retain acquired and essential skills and pass on that knowledge to new members of the team. We see that as a positive. It often allows a long-serving member of staff the ability to take a gradual approach to retirement. And that is something that benefits both the council and the individual. And I really can't see a reason for reviewing such a flexible policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda items 15 and 16. You'll be pleased to know I have no urgent items under part 1 or part 2. Therefore, I thank you for your questions, comments. Thank you to staff and our lovely translator. North Star.